music-driven noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Pun Kelly, you can't in the fake. Facts and logic with a twist of jest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor blows the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity when they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lives. Fun Kelly with a set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow. Step into the
Hello and welcome to the Pun Show. Today I'm going to talk about the Minnesota fraud cases, and then if I have time, I'll start talking about AI stuff. I had put together a whole show about AI, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I think it's a really fascinating topic, but so much has come up in the last weekend about the Minnesota fraud case, and I had some people asking me if I could cover this. So I am. I've created a little dashboard. It's a bit rushed, but I think I've got the basics of what's going on down, and I'll share that all first. But before we go into all that, I hope if you guys hope everybody first of all had a really great holiday weekend, and got another one coming up. But hope you got whatever you wanted for Kwanzaa or Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever you celebrate. Hope you had a great time with your families. I think that's the most important part of all of this holiday season, is just being around the people you love and loving the people you're around. So hopefully you got to do some of that. So I think, do I have anything there's some stuff about how, there's all this stuff about Ukraine and Russia and where they're getting with peace and, phase 2 of Gaza. I have yet to see either side, like in either of these instances, actually concede something to the other side. So I think that right now it's just a lot of smoke being blown. Once I see Russia decide to make concessions to Ukraine, or Ukraine make concessions to Russia, I'll say that something's advancing. But right now it's just like the Trump administration goes to Russia and Russia says we want everything, and then Trump goes to Ukraine, and then Ukraine says we want everything, and neither side is like giving in to anything. And personally, I don't think Ukraine should be asked to. It's like if somebody robbed a bank and you said, okay, give me half the money and you can walk free. No, I don't see why Russia has to give up anything for having been invaded. I think Russia should have to completely withdraw and pay for the rebuilding. And Putin should go to, the Hague for war crimes. Like, why does Ukraine need to give anything at all? All they did was get invaded. So anyway, and then, like with the whole Israel-Gaza thing, as I've mentioned before, the Israel keeps bombing Ukraine, or Israel keeps bombing Gaza every day anyway. What's the latest count? I'll check. Hang on. I wasn't planning on talking about this, but I think how many times, I'll just ask Rock, how many times has Israel bombed Gaza since the ceasefire started? Sorry, typing live here. Did you hear me typing? Anyway. All right, we do have some. Most recent ceasefire in Gaza. Okay. 400 to 400 Palestinians have been killed and over 1,000 injured. Around 421 to 455 bombing shelling incidents. So yeah, there's never been a ceasefire in place to like, we're not even done with phase 1 and they're just going on about phase 2 as though phase 1 is completed or something, or that anything at all in phase 2. It's just like Trump pretending and the media going along with it. You have to wonder if Putin and DJT are doing side deals whenever they have these ridiculous meetings, have nothing to do with actual. I have, I almost like in some ways I almost don't have to wonder. It seems pretty obvious. I can't wait until Trump Tower Moscow or Trump Casino Moscow comes out, and then everybody will act like, oh, well, this was nothing. At least all the MAGAs will. So anyway, and Israel is approving settlements in Gaza, and Jared Kushner is going to be the one that has the contract to build them. It's sad and pathetic. Oh, hey, Skippy, guess what? I've got something for you. I'll go over this real quick. You asked me. I've got your thing on Waco. I did a dashboard on Waco for you. So I'll pull that up real quick because I told you I would do it, and I did it. All right. And no, Russians don't have to be the enemy, Waco or Skippy, but this is not about Russia being the enemy or having to be the enemy. So this is about, let me just find this dashboard for you, Skippy. See, you didn't think I would really do it, but I did. All right. So here's the deal. This is the deal I made for those that don't know. I made a deal that if you want me to talk about something that's a change of subject and like really get into it and give you an honest answer, if you buy a super sticker for $2, I will do that, and then I'll show it on the next show. I didn't show it on Friday because Skippy wasn't here, but I was waiting for Skippy to come back. Skippy asked me, we were talking about gun control, and he said, well, what about Waco? And so I'll share with you what I came up with, and then you can tell me, then you can respond if you want to. But this is my honest argument. I'm not gonna, like take $2 to say somebody's right about something, but I will give the best, most good faith discussion about it. So here's what happened is this is to me the underlying question. Should a federal law enforcement be able to serve a legal search warrant without being met with deadly force? This isn't a question about gun rights, government overreach, or philosophical views on tyranny. It's a fundamental question about whether the legal system can function at all. So just for those that don't know, what happened is the FBI or the ATF had gathered evidence that what's his name? What's his name? All of a sudden I'm dropping. All right, sorry. What was this? What's his name, David? Yeah, David Koresh. Sorry, I thought that was the name. I just wanted to be sure. So David Koresh and the Branch Davidians were collecting, they were getting things from UPS that could be used to make automatic weapons, and they got a Waco, or they got a warrant to serve. And then when they tried to serve the warrant, they were met with resistance, and there were shootings, and then there was a second attempt. Anyway, let's go through what the actual so this is the Branch Davidians felt like. One, there wasn't enough to actually serve a search warrant. That was their first complaint, is that the search warrant was invalid because there wasn't enough to validate it. Their second complaint was, well, David Koresh was going to town every day anyway. Why didn't you just arrest him there? Why did you have to come to the compound to arrest him? Why did you have to serve the warrant in the compound? And so then what happened is that they tried to serve the search warrant, and the violence happened. There was a guy that was a reporter who had caught wind that they were going to carry out this plan to execute the search warrants, tipped off the Branch Davidians. The Branch Davidians were prepared. They were, like armed and ready to prepare. And then some gunfire happened, and both sides say the other side fired first. And anyway, a lot of people ended up dying, and there was a fire and all of this kind of stuff. But the core of the issue here, to me, is that the FBI or the ATF got an actual search warrant, which they were trying to serve lawfully. You can appeal whether or not somebody has the right to develop to serve a search warrant, or whether the search warrant should have been authorized in court. That does not give you the right to shoot FBI agents. There were 4 ATF agents killed, 16 ATF wounded, 76 Branch Davidians killed, and 51 days of siege. So ATF gathered evidence of illegal weapons modifications, purchase records for AR-15 conversion parts. This was during the ban on assault weapons, grenade casings, and black powder in quantities consistent with the legal manufacturer. A federal magistrate reviewed the evidence and issued a valid search warrant. This established his probable cause through the proper legal process. So the warrant, you can argue that the judge was wrong to issue the warrant, but the judge did issue the warrant. So the ATF was not wrong in executing it. So the ATF agents attempted to serve the lawful warrant. They brought 76 agents because intelligence indicated extensive illegal weapon, a precaution that proved justified, right? Like the fact that they were fired upon by the armed compound sort of proves that the compound was armed. Branch Davidians responded with automatic weapons fire, killing 4 agents and wounding 16. The 2.5-hour gun battle proved the warrant's allegations were correct. The presence of illegal weapons validated the warrant. Armed resistance to lawful authority, not the warrant service, caused the violence. So the question that they say is, well, who shot first? Gun rights advocates often focus on whether ATF or Branch Davidians fired first, sometimes suggesting an accidental discharge started with the firefight. This misses the fundamental point. If the Branch Davidians weren't armed with illegal weapons, no shots would have been fired. Right? Like, there was only gunfire because both sides had guns. If the Branch Davidians didn't have guns, then there wouldn't have been a search warrant because there wouldn't have been a need for a search warrant. And there wouldn't have been fire because they wouldn't have had the means to fire. Even if an ATF agent had accidental discharge, you don't get a 2.5 gunfire with multiple casualties unless the Branch Davidians were A, armed with automatic weapons, validating the warrant, tactically positioned and ready to fight, expecting a confrontation, and C, willing to kill federal agents. 4 dead, 16 wounded proves intent. So they were like, armed resistance does not become legal because you don't agree that the search warrant should have been issued. So, like, let's just take this and compare it to, like, if somebody were to do something like this with ICE. Waco scenario claimed Branch Davidians had the right to resist with deadly force because they believed gun laws were unjust. Principle, if you believe federal law is unjust, armed resistance to agents enforcing it is justified. So, by the same scenario, do you believe people who believe immigration laws are unjust have the right to shoot ICE agents serving deportation orders? Like it's not, if tyranny is tyranny and you have a right to resist tyranny, what tyranny do you, who gets to choose what is tyranny or which tyranny is just? But I get your point is that the government murdered many innocents that day, but I would say they did not murder any innocents. The innocent people that they, allegedly murdered weren't innocent because they were like firing guns on them. They didn't. No, they went to serve a warrant, and then they assaulted because they were being resisted. Did you see the pictures of the ATF? I did not see the pictures of the ATF agents posing with dead kids. And what if that happened? I hope they were fired. I don't think that that's justified, but I don't think that serving a search warrant justifies killing 4 ATF agents who may have also had kids either. A Democrat or a liberal. So what do you think is okay? Do you think it's okay to kill a federal officer for serving a search warrant? Because I don't think that's okay. There were children there. Who had children there? Like, who was like, were they supposed to just like be murdered because there were children there? Like, that's not the ATF's fault. You could have, like, the Branch Davidians could have just let them execute the search warrant and there would have been no violence. The violence was initiated by the resistance to executing a lawful search warrant. So my question for you is, does the government have the right to issue a lawful search warrant? Because that's what the law says. How can they not be innocent? I'm not saying that the children weren't innocent. I'm saying that the people who were trying to kill federal agents weren't innocent. Did you? Yeah, right. Like, what about all the children being zip tied by ICE? Are they innocent? Like, you're picking and choosing who's being innocent and who's not. So anyway, that's my discussion. As you can see, I did a lot more research on this, Skippy. And if you send an email to machinepunkelly@gmail.com, then I can send you a link to this dashboard, or I can send you the whole thing. I hope that you believe that I actually followed through and really tried to answer your question. I know you probably don't agree with my answer, but I mean, I did try and really look at it. What lies are we spreading about ICE, Big Dick? We're not spreading. There's videotapes of ICE doing it. There's no lies here. I mean, it's just accepting truth. It's like, it's amazing how you can like believe anything about the mean people on Waco, but when it comes to ICE agents, then all of a sudden they can do no wrong. All right, so now, having said all that, in case you fools don't know, Obama signed an executive order to allow propaganda in Armenia, and this is like a weird thing. I've never heard that Obama signed an executive order allowing propaganda. And also, what does that have to do with Waco? Anyway, do you think that Obama was president during Waco? All right, so let's move on to the Minnesota thing. This right here, I don't know if you know who this woman is, but this is the woman that organized the biggest fraud case that everybody is talking about right now. And this is the woman that orchestrated the fraud in the Minnesota food thing. That everybody's all amok about. And as you can tell, she does not look like a Somalian woman. And that's primarily because she is not a Somalian woman. So let's look at what really happened with what's really going on with the Minnesota fraud investigation. See, so now same guy, this guy was just saying you can't say anything bad about you know, the ICE. You can't criticize ICE, but you can criticize all the Somalians. But you can't criticize one white woman or one ICE agent. Look, if you want to complain about, I mean, I don't know where you're going off with this whole propaganda thing, but this is just a weird thing. Nobody is allowing propaganda. And also, by the way, the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers were propaganda. Propaganda is legal and always has been legal. Like there was no point where propaganda wasn't illegal. Like I don't know what you're talking about. Fox News is propaganda. Right-wing media is propaganda. A lot of stuff is propaganda that's 100% legal. I don't know why you think that all of a sudden, like, what do you think that like only things you disagree with are propaganda? Because that would be propaganda. Yes. Now I am taking up for Somalians because somebody needs to. So, all right. What happened with the Minnesota fraud case? All right. So let's take a look at this. All right. Let's start with what actually happened, because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding, a lot of misperception, and especially a lot of people that don't seem to understand the timeline of this. It seems like a lot of conservatives want to act like this is something that's just been discovered or just been unearthed, and you know, like Biden, or that Trump exposed some sort of fraud that was happening under Biden. I did not literally just call everything I don't agree with propaganda. I said that Fox News is propaganda and right-wing media is propaganda. Okay, what an idiot. Okay. Misinformation site. Okay. So I haven't said anything wrong, so let's go on with this. Feeding Our Future. So there were three main fraud cases, all right? The first one was the Feeding Our Futures, the federal child nutrition program. And the federal program reimburses organizations for providing free meals to children in underserved areas. COVID area oversight was loosened to get food distributed quickly. As you can remember, there was like long food lines in this, you know, across the country. There was like real concern about people getting food during the COVID crisis, you know, during the pandemic, like the peak of you remember like the miles and miles of cars backed up trying to get food and all of that kind of stuff. And so Congress passed a law to make it easier for families to get food that otherwise would not have food. And one of those programs that took advantage of this was the Feeding Our Future organization. And so Amy Bach, the white woman that I just showed you, created Feeding Our Future as a sponsor that oversaw meal sites. Defendants created shell companies and fake nonprofits, submitted invoices claiming to serve meals to children who didn't exist. So I see a lot of people saying, what about all these families that, you know, were complicit and like a lot of these families did not exist. A lot of these children were made up. They were fictional. They did not exist. There was another fraud that involved children that did exist, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But the federal, this one right here, the largest one, that one did not involve any, like, mostly it did not involve real people. Okay, and the money, okay, they fabricated attendance rosters with made up children's names. At peak, they claimed 299 sites served 90 million children in under 2 years, 120,000 meals per day. FBI surveillance showed one site claiming 6,000 meals a day actually averaged 40 visitors. So the money, $250 to $300 million, was just stolen. It was spent on luxury cars, lakefront property, jewelry, international travel, including $20,000 villa rentals in the Maldives, wire transfers overseas. And the victims, the children, were mostly fictional, no real victims of service not rendered, but legitimate meal programs lost funding and struggled to compete. So out of that, 70 were charged, 59 were convicted, including Amy Brock. And yes, a lot of them were Somalians, but that does not mean that all Somalians were involved. This is like, it's called a generalization fallacy, and saying, well, here was this scam that involved predominantly Somalians, therefore all Somalians are scammers, is not a fair, or I would say it is a brazenly racist generalization. Okay, I don't care. Guilt by association. How are you guilt by association if you're not associated? Again, these were made up people. There weren't children actually getting food. The people that were actually involved have been prosecuted. Like, I don't know what part of that stumbles your little MAGA brain, but yes, the people that were guilty of this fraud should be charged, were charged, and should go to prison and are going to prison. The people who were not should not be condemned because they happen to have the same ethnicity as some of the people that did it. Okay. The second program was the Housing Stabilization Services Program. All right. This one was launched in 2020, again during the pandemic, as the nation's first Medicaid benefit to help seniors and people with disabilities find housing, complete applications, move, and maintain tenancy. So how this fraud worked: providers recruited vulnerable people leaving rehab facilities and homeless individuals. They promised to help them find housing, submitted extensive Medicaid bills, claiming they provided housing services. In reality, they provided little to nothing. Clients often remained homeless. One group allegedly billed $8 million. One group allegedly billed $8 million while providing minimal actual help. The $302 million estimated total fraud, sometimes estimates higher. Two Philadelphia men traveled to Minnesota after hearing the program was a good opportunity to make money, registered as providers despite no ties to Minnesota. The victims, clear victims. These were the ones, the people that were actually supposed to get the help and were earnestly seeking help. They were legitimately homeless. They were legitimately coming out of rehab, and the program itself was written to legitimately give these people help, but they never got the assistance that they were supposed to get. They had no idea that they were being used as part of this scam. They never got anything out of it. They were sincere and honest in looking for help, and they were being scammed too. They were victims. They were not culprits. They weren't participants. They weren't getting something. So then we've got the autism services fraud, and here's where you have some of the parents were actually complicit. Okay. The Minnesota Medicaid fraud covers intensive behavioral therapy for children with autism. The program exploded from $1 million in 2017 to $220 million in 2024. Providers approached parents in Somali community to recruit children where kids didn't have autism diagnosis. Providers worked with professionals to get them falsely qualified. There was no child that Smart Therapy was not able to get qualified, was one quote. Paid kickbacks to parents, $300 to $1,500 a month per child, amount tied to how much Medicaid authorized. Parents threatened to leave for higher kickbacks at other centers. Providers hired unqualified 18, 19-year-olds as therapists, billed Medicaid for maximum hours when children received a fraction of treatment or none at all. So what happened is, first of all, you've got to understand that these Somalian refugees were actually Somalian refugees. They were coming out of a place where like 1.5 million people had been killed in a few years. These were like authentically traumatized people with authentically traumatized children. And there is a correlation between children that have undergone severe trauma and autism. And so then you have in their communities, they have these doctors that are telling them, look, we can help you out with your child. He has autism and we can help you out and we can give you $1,500 a month and, provide care for your child. And so the parents might think this is too good to be true. And then they start, when 18 and 19-year-olds that aren't qualified to do anything start coming over, they might start thinking something's up here and they're suspicious. And then they find out that, well, maybe this is not on the up and up. And, there's this other group over here that's offering me $2,000. And so they threaten to go if their kickback doesn't get increased. Those parents, I think maybe, they should be prosecuted. But they were also roped in by the people who are being prosecuted. And they are a minority of the responsibility and a minority of the people that are in the Somali communities. Like there have been, I think it's 78 Somalians that have actually been charged with crimes out of 80,000 Somali Minnesotans. So that's like 99.7% of the population has not been charged with anything. But you've got this kind of racist propaganda that's going around, since you like the word propaganda, that it's like all the Somalians knew, all the Somalians were involved. And that's just not true. If they knew what they were doing, okay, you don't know that though. This is an assumption on your part. One, that they all knew what they were doing. None of these Somalians are innocent. You don't know that. Why aren't they being charged? All right. So you don't know they didn't. But you know what? Last I heard, in America, you're innocent until proven guilty. You don't have to prove innocence to prove you didn't commit a crime. You have to prove guilt. The government has to prove guilt to prove you did commit a crime. Why is it that Donald Trump, no matter how much evidence there was against him, you could not accept that he was a criminal? But then just based on somebody being a Somalian in Minnesota, you can assume they're guilty. And the ones that will be found guilty should go to jail. Like I fully agree that people who commit crimes should go to jail. Would you agree that people who didn't commit crimes shouldn't be accused of doing, shouldn't be treated as though they have? Like, you need to understand that only 70 people have been charged out of 80,000. And you're making all 80,000 guilty of what 78 people have done. All right. That's 79,918 people who didn't do anything that you're ready to say are guilty just because they're Somalian. Oh, so it's just like Gaza, 70% of them This is just like, I'm sorry, dude, your made up stats don't matter here. Yep. Now we're getting into pedo Democrats, the guy that votes for the guy that hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. So anyway, I'm so shocked that I'm getting all these MAGAs that are just full on running into the racism rather than acknowledge facts. So these are some common patterns across all three of the schemes. One, COVID era loosened oversight. Federal guidance was move the money fast, create opportunities. This is a legitimate thing. And part of the issues here were that the federal programs that were meant to oversee these things, they were loosened because they were during the pandemic, people needed food now. And so they loosened the oversight across the country, not just this one community. The provider recipient conclusion. The trust within tight-knit Somali community was exploited by fraudsters. And I think this is something that goes into it. This doctor that's telling you it's okay, you trust that doctor, you believe that doctor. And these are not, like, most Somalians don't even have a high school education. They don't know what U.S. laws are. They maybe don't know what's going on. There's a lot of ignorance, and they're being exploited. And even if they suspect on some level they're being exploited, they don't know. And then once they know they're being exploited, or really have a strong feeling they're being exploited, they're afraid of getting deported. They're afraid of prosecution. They're afraid of what happens if they say anything, because they've participated in it, but they didn't start participating in it knowing they were being exploited. They started participating in it knowing that their child was traumatized and, possibly autistic. It's not as simple as Somalians are bad as some people are trying to make it out to be, especially in this timeline. Okay, deport all illegals. 95% of the Somalians are actually American citizens. This is another thing that's been going on. A lot of this. They're citizens. They're not illegals. You can't be an illegal citizen. I just want Democrats like this guy to care about American. I care about American citizens the same way they care about, I don't know what criminal foreign invader you're talking about, but yes, I care about American citizens. But if you cared about American citizens, then you would care about this, because these are American citizens that you're criticizing. Ignorance is no excuse, says the person who voted for Trump, especially the fraudsters. But fraud requires intent. Like, you can't be ignorant and then say, like fraudsters. You know who's a convicted fraudster? I'll give you a hint. His name rhymes with Donald Trump. Okay. Hey, don't. But they don't have rights. Most likely here are here illegally and came during. Okay. A, they did not come here during the Biden years. B, they are citizens. And no, their bank accounts aren't frozen. And no, they're not sending money to terrorist organizations. Liberals should have never shut down the country. Liberals didn't shut down the country. And they think what were doing, and they think what, and they knew, KNEW, bud, what they were doing. Look at their on country. Dude, learn grammar. So basically, I think what he's trying to say is that the liberals shut down their country, shut down America. We knew what they were doing. Or maybe, I don't know. Are you trying to say Somalians knew what they were doing? And that's why I don't know. I mean, like, at least if you're going to complain about illegals invading our country, learn to speak English. Democrats advocate for open borders. No, Democrats do not advocate for open borders. We do not protect human traffickers. And we actually are against child abuse. You called us racist. You've been racist. You're literally making racist arguments right now. Like, you're accusing all Somalians of being fraudsters based on the act of 78 Somalians. So that is like literal racism, Salty. Don't get offended that I call you a racist if you're going to make racist arguments. Are all Somalians fraudsters or not? We do not live in a business. There's no such thing as living in a business. Their citizenship can be... No, it can't. And some of them are naturalized citizens, but a lot of them are also natural born citizens. 2 naturalized citizens. Can you like retroact like... Oh my goodness. A lot of these immigrants do the same thing where they infiltrate our country and then send money back to their home. They're not infiltrating our country. Like, why do you have to use words like infiltrating? The Somalians who are here are refugees that were fleeing their own country because of the violence there. They're not coming over here to send money back to support the violence that they fled. Like, they were fleeing. They're refugees for a reason, Salty. They're not like, they were just victims. Do you realize that? That some people in this world are just not responsible for the country they live in? They're not responsible for the violence that was there. They were being persecuted. Do you have any idea what happened in Africa? What's been going on in Africa? Like, basically for the last 150 years, like why there are wars in Africa and stuff. Like, goodness gracious, read a book, dude. What happened is we, like Europe, colonialized Africa, and they went into Africa and they carved out countries out of regions that they conquered. And those regions that they conquered had different tribes within them. And a lot of these tribes had historic conflicts between them. Then when the colonialists pulled out and left those countries, those tribal conflicts resumed. And so you have a lot of warring going on between these old tribes in that they inhabit the same country now, but they weren't naturalized countries the way they were in like Europe, where like the Germanic tribes kind of eventually grouped together and formed Germany. Illegals don't speak. The ones that speak English do. If Democrats, those... I agree. I honestly have just, I lament that you cannot have an honest conversation about anything. Democrats won't ever have another Democrat. Since 1988, only one person has won the popular vote in their first term that was a Republican. I would not get too aggressively excited about Donald Trump winning with a plurality of the votes, and you probably don't know the difference between plurality and majority, so I'll explain it to you. Donald Trump did win the popular vote, but he won it with a plurality. The difference between a plurality and a majority is plurality means you got the most without getting the majority. The majority means you got over 50%. So Donald Trump did not even get half the votes. The last president to win with the majority of the votes that was a Republican in their first term was George H.W. Bush. George W. Bush got the majority of the votes in 2004, but that was because he was running for re-election, not when he was running for his first election. He did not win the majority of the votes in his first election. So I am a pathetic loser. Okay. Oh, wait. No, click that wrong one. Oh, here we go. Here, you are a pathetic loser, as opposed to being like a glorified loser, or like what, like most aren't losers always pathetic? I've never had one Somalian friend. I'm sure they're happy about it. Repeat what a loser you are. Reaper, what? Oh, Reaper, what? Okay. I used to be a racist, but I don't drive fast anymore. Okay, that's a good pun. Only 78 frauds today. That number will go up tomorrow, just like them. Do you realize that this whole thing did not just break like last night? I'm going to go into the timeline in a minute. Actually, maybe now's a good time to go into the timeline instead of just reading through the hate comments. All right, so let's go back to the thing here. So for a lot of this, the fake billing services were never rendered. Community members were victims used to inflate numbers, had identities stolen. Some of them had their identities stolen. They never even realized that they were, being involved in this. Some of them, like the victims of the housing fraud, never received the services they were promised, or they were economically exploited. There were fear of being labeled racist. Okay, so this is one of the legitimate criticisms of the Democratic Party in Minnesota, is that they were overly sensitive to, if we, once the federal government alerted them this is all happening, they were too concerned about being labeled racist and having that used against them in the next election. So they did not respond appropriately, and they kind of brushed it under the rug. And that is a legitimate criticism of the Democrats, is they were too concerned about being accused of being racist to actually respond to some, a fraud scheme that was legitimately mostly Somalians. Now, when I say mostly Somalians, I mean most of the people involved in the fraud were Somalians. That does not mean most Somalians were involved in the fraud. And so that's a legitimate criticism. There were like really, really big red blaring flags that they should have responded to, that they did not respond to, because they were being overly sensitive to being labeled as racist. State systems, inadequate Minnesota systems weren't designed to catch organized provider fraud at this scale. And honestly, I don't know how many states are. Like, this was sort of a new thing, this specific kind of fraud that was being done, because it was all taking advantage of a law that was passed in 2020 during the pandemic. This couldn't have happened before 2020, and it happened in this one community that had a large percentage of Somalians. Many defendants ran schemes across multiple programs simultaneously, like Asha Hassan, who was Somalian. He took $14 million in the autism and $465,000 in the Feeding Our Future scam. So my point is that, yes, there are people that legitimately should be criticized, and there are legitimate criticisms to be had. But that does not mean that it's legitimate to criticize all Somalians. Like, criticize the Somalians who are guilty. Don't criticize the entire Somali community because of what some Somalians did. I don't even understand sometimes why people can't make these distinctions in their own mind without having to be told to. So, like this guy, deport all Muslims from everywhere. Like, somehow this is a Muslim thing now, and this is Islamophobia right here. And he'll get upset that I called him out for being an Islamophobe. If any if an army from Africa invaded, the U.S. Democrats would beg us to put down our arms in order to appear. No, I honestly do not believe that. I mean, I really genuinely don't believe that, and I think you don't believe that either. And that's why you've got the laughy face there. But why is it that you can't have an honest discussion? Why do you have to resort to like hyperbole and overstatement in order to make your argument? Unless it's because you don't have a legitimate argument to make. Like, there is a legitimate history of racism in this country, right? We can't deny that. You can't just ignore that. You can't pretend it away. And in Minnesota in 2020, during the George Floyd protests, there was legitimate reason to have sensitivity towards even appearing racist. And that is part of the reason it was so easy to exploit all of this. Like, this is, to me, one of the things that happens, and this is where, like, I feel like some things we should be able to reach across party lines and have an actual discussion. There was legitimate fraud here that should have legitimately been caught. And it was by a minority community for the most part. And the fear of being labeled racist because of that prevented it from being caught. Like, all of that is true. But how do you also, like, address all of that without unfairly labeling all those people in that community as fraudsters, without unfairly harming the people in that community, which is what right now MAGA is trying to do. They're trying to label everyone in that community as being a participant. And this is why the other side is, concerned about it. And so this is why I'm saying we need to actually be able to set aside partisan politics and have discussions. How do you address situations like this, not just without seeming to be racist, but without actually being racist in the response? Like, if you just say, let's deport all Somalians, that doesn't solve any problems. It just creates more problems. It's deeper than Americans good, Somalians bad. So yeah, see, of course, I mentioned George Floyd and so of course that's bringing out racist comments. Hundreds of millions of dollars in fraud, and you're still. I'm not defending the disgusting, disgraceful excuses for human. Okay, first of all, when you start calling people excuses for human beings, then you're saying they're not human beings, and they are human beings. They are criminals, and they deserve to be prosecuted. And I'm saying they're deserving to be prosecuted. But what I'm saying is not everybody who is Somalian deserves to be prosecuted. What I'm defending, I'm not defending the people who committed fraud. I'm defending the 99.97% of Somalian Americans who did not commit fraud, who are being castigated in with those who did. There are 78 Somalians who committed fraud, who have been proven to commit fraud. There are about 250,000 Somalian Americans in the United States. There are 80,000 Somalian Americans in the state of Minnesota. Most Somalian Americans did not commit fraud. Let's stop casting aspersions on all of Somalian Americans because of what 78 did. That is all I'm saying. And if you can't understand that, if you can't understand distinguishing the actions of a few between that and casting aspersions on an entire ethnicity, then you are in fact a racist, because that is by definition a racist argument. No, you cannot buy a 5-bedroom villa and 2 assault rifles with 4 pet Ridgebacks included and a small army of soldiers in Somalia for about $4. I do not think that's true. I think that's probably just a racist lie. Trump is 7% Somalia. How can he be racist? By everything he says and doesn't know, he's not 7% Somalia. Okay, but you are. I don't care if you care. I'm just pointing out, you said, why do we call you racist? And I pointed out it's because you're racist. What about all the Somali families that took their kids to care facilities without dropping them off? Okay, I think what you're conflating here is that some of these kids were made up. You know, there were some families that were actually involved. There were also families that didn't exist. There's also families whose identities were stolen. So some of these families that took their kids and dropped them off never actually got any money. It's just, all fraud from the practitioner. The ones there were some families, not all of the families, that were receiving kickbacks, and those should be prosecuted. But this is, again, a very small fraction of the Somali community. Trump and Elon can create Doge. Elon cancels Adobe Premiere Pro contract with government. This prevents redactions. Oh, we're talking about the redactions now. So there must be a side conversation going on there. Even here, my Muslim neighbor, they act so supremely. And if you tell them they got bad attitude, they will say Islamophobia. Gee, they act like they're better than you. They won't acknowledge you're better than them. Is that your problem? They like, what do they act so like? If this is your English, they might actually be better than you. Having X amount of non-white Americans doesn't actually make anything better. I don't know where anybody argued that it does. It's a lot more than 78, but no, it's not a lot more than 78. That is an actual number of people that have been prosecuted. That's not a made up number. That is the number. There are some, as far as I know, no parents have been prosecuted yet, but because you have to prove that they knew about it. And that may end up happening, but right now it hasn't happened. One bad apple ruins the bunch. Ever heard of that? Yes, I am pretty sure idioms don't apply in a court of law. Internally, the simple fact the liberals did not try to force diversity. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Liberals did not try to force diversity. They tried to feed children. And President Trump, by the way, signed that act into law in 2020. That law was signed by Trump. It wasn't signed by, liberals. And the goal was to feed children during the pandemic. That's not a bad thing. All right. So let's go back to this. So the scale of the fraud, 78 people charged. You hear that? 78. 78. That's not a made up number. That's an actual number. 59 have been convicted. 250 million were just for the feeding our children. And when you combine the three schemes together, it's over $1 billion. I know that, Donald Trump has, ginned up that number in Donald Trump typical rhetoric, but it's about $1 billion. And which is, by the way, $1 billion too many. I'm not trying to justify that. The 78 people charged out of 80,000 Somali Americans in America is 0.097% of the community, which means that the other 99.913% of the community didn't do anything, or 99.903. The ringleader of Feeding Our Future, Amy Bach, was white, still is. Multiple fraud schemes exploiting COVID era loosened oversight across various programs. And the Somali American whistleblowers. Oh, yes, this is another thing. The whole thing that blew it open were also Somalian Americans. Like, they're the ones that tipped everything off. It wasn't, like some good faith MAGA saw what was going on and blew the whistle. No, Somalian Americans are the ones that blew the whistle. They're the ones that tipped off the FBI. They're the reasons that the whole thing got blown open. So why aren't you judging all Somalian Americans by what they did and not by what the fraudsters did? Okay, so this is like an investigation timeline. In 2019, under the Trump administration, before any of this started, Minnesota's Office of Legislative Auditor conducts review, identifies concerns with program oversight, reports states unable to substantiate terrorism links, but notes oversight gaps. So Trump asked them to look into whether or not Somalians were sending back money to pay for terrorist groups, and they couldn't find anything like that. But they noticed that in doing this, that there was some oversight issues regarding some of these programs that maybe needed to be addressed. And that was in 2019, the state of Minnesota responding to the request of the Trump administration. Then in 2020, the COVID era programs launch, signed again into law by Trump. Federal child nutrition program expands with loosened oversight requirements. These loosened oversight requirements, by the way, were across the country. They weren't just in Minnesota. The Meals Act passes Congress to expedite food assistance during the pandemic. Multiple state programs see rapid growth. So it wasn't just Minnesota, and it wasn't unexpected. The whole reason they were expanding it is so that people could get food, children could get food. All right. Then late 2020 and 2021, this is when they started noticing some things. The Minnesota Department of Education flagged issues. They attempt to cut off funding to Feeding Our Future after identifying severely deficient operations. Feeding Our Future sues the state. Judge orders payments to continue pending investigation. So the state actually tried to stop it, and then a court told them they couldn't stop it until the investigation continued. Like, did you know that? And this is, by the way, 2020, 2021. This is not happening like last month. Then in January 2022, when Biden was still president, that Donald Trump came up with, the FBI raids okay with you, by the way? Like, is it okay when the FBI raids this group, but or is it just not okay when they're raiding Waco? FBI raids Feeding Our Future meal sites. We didn't need the some right-wing podcaster to go and film what we knew about for 3.5 years now, almost 4 years. Federal investigation becomes public. Feeding Our Future operation ceased shortly after. This is according to the FBI press release. The Biden administration, the first major indictments happened while in September of 2022. U.S. Attorney Andrew M. Lugar announces federal charges against 47 individuals in what DOJ calls the largest pandemic fraud in the United States. Charges involve $250 million in theft from federal child nutrition program. So this is not something that happened under Trump. This is not some, look, the liberals were trying to do all this and then Trump came along and stopped it. No. This happened under the Biden administration. Then more charges were filed in 2023. Investigation expands beyond Feeding Our Future. Additional defendants charged. State legislative auditor releases comprehensive report faulting MDE for missing warning signs. Minnesota Department of Education for missing warning signs and failing to address complaints. All right, so I'm going to check the comments here and see what's going on. MAGA all up in arms about fraud today. Totally cool with 34 felony accounts of fraud. Trump and like let's not forget about the all the fraud again committed by the Trump organization that the CEO had to go to jail for, or the fact that Eric Trump was convicted of charity fraud, or that like basically none of the Trumps are allowed to have any charity organizations ever again because there's so much fraud there. Like the idea of MAGAs being upset over fraud is kind of ridiculous. I even saw Rick Scott getting all upset about like this Medicaid fraud, as though he himself has not become like didn't make hundreds of $millions off of fraud. I know they worship a prophet, a pedophile prophet at that. Marry young children, raping women, killing gays. Not a bit of Quran is worth a crap. Oh, I thought I honestly believed that you were talking about MAGA there. Because like every bit of that, if you just change the word to Bible, is true with MAGA. I know they worship a prophet, a pedophile prophet at that. Marry young children, raping young women, killing gays. Not a bit of the Bible is worth a crap. That fits every single part of that fits with MAGA. Yep, that's not it's also happening in Washington State. Yeah, I think it's not just it's happening, and it is happening in other states, and it's because, and this is why I say we need to make it more about what is happening and how to stop what is happening. We need to make it about the fraud, not about the Somalian community. Because the Somalians aren't doing it in Washington. You should teach a course on COPE. Would you take it? Yeah, Muslim on 1979. That's what they say in the Philippines after they stay. They say after they say Muslim originated in Philippines, which is my ancestors never recognized it, and saying there are the only holy. I don't know what that means. Okay. Okay, so 34 changes, all of the same charge you charge. Yes, 34 different. That's like saying you can't call somebody a murderer because they killed 34 different people. He committed 34 separate acts of the same felony. Every time he signed a check, he committed a felony. And actually, if we're being honest, that is honestly the lightest of the crimes that he committed. I mean, let's not pretend he didn't try to overthrow the country. Let's not pretend he didn't actually steal a bunch of classified documents, including like war plans and including nuclear secrets. Like, please, can we just stop pretending that Donald Trump is this innocent person who's been victimized by the, like lawfare or whatever? He is a criminal. He is a bad person who has done a lot of bad things. And no, it's not because he's orange. It's because he did bad things. It's not orange person bad. It's bad person orange. Dear Democrats, are you actually, this is my country. And I will ask you, do people who are protesting ICE agents do they have Second Amendment rights, Chris? Or China, or whatever your name is? China virus 19. Yeah, that's not at all racist. I'm sure you're not racist, right? I bet you always have people say things, and then you're like, why are you always calling me a racist? And then you run around with a name like China virus 19. Post upset to fraud like Somalian Learning Center when you read it, learn center, and no English. List charges that actually stuck and weren't about the feelings. None of the charges were dropped. They just were stayed until after his election. I have no issues going to war with regressive left-wing Americans. So you're willing to kill me because I don't agree with you. This guy is so full of shit. The Trumps weren't stealing from. They were. And they are. They have legitimately stolen money from charities, and they are legitimately barred from having charities. Trump supporters are Christians. Yes. They're Christians that like support a guy who rapes children. He's a pedophile. Everything they're homophobic, transphobic, and they want to force their version of Christianity down everybody's throat. No, I'm not blinded by hate. Okay, so got a lot of denialism going on here. Limbaugh laws now. He's looking up at you right now and saying amen. Gosh, it's hot down here. James Comey case dismissed. Who's crying? I don't see anybody crying. Trump I see a lot of MAGAs crying. You don't need proof. You can say whatever. This guy rapes roadkill. Except that there was proof. I mean, there's more proof of that than there are that of the 99.9% of Somalians that you're accusing of being frauds just because they're Somalians. So anyway, let's go back to this. So the first trial concluded in 2024. The first group of 7 defendants go to trial. Multiple convictions are secured, including Amy Bach, founder of Feeding Our Children. Evidence shows luxury spending, lakefront property, Maldives via rental. In 2024, in September, fraud expands to other programs. They start looking at those. One defendant charged in autism services fraud. Federal prosecutors signal investigations into 14 separate Medicaid programs. All this again, all these investigations, I really want to point out, all these investigations started under Biden. MAGA wants to make it sound like this just happened. And, like it just got exposed and they're all ready to jump on it. And they're jumping on it after all the trials have already happened. By October 2024, total number of individuals reaches 70. Vast majority have either pleaded guilty or been convicted at trial. Investigation continues into additional programs, and there may be more. But I don't think there's going to be another 80,000 people that are convicted that are all Somalians. So since then, since Trump took over, investigations continue. There's been new charges filed, but these are all programs that were identified and started being investigated under the Biden administration. Nothing new in terms of like Trump's administration has not broken anything open. They have announced investigation into the Al-Shabaab terrorism claims, but there hasn't been any evidence that this is happening. This notion that they're like sending money, they're sending this money to like this terrorist group in Somalia, that there's no substance to that. Okay. So what's the facts and what's the fictions on this? It's false. Most Somalians in Minnesota are on welfare and involved in fraud. All right. So let's like look at some distinctions here. Okay. 78 people were charged out of the 80,000 Somalian Americans, 0.097% of the community. 81% of Somali households receive some form of assistance, primarily at Medicaid, that is normal for recent refugee populations fleeing genocide and state collapse. The fraud case represents a tiny criminal minority, not community-wide behavior. And if you go and you look at things like, when the Vietnamese came over here as refugees, when Cambodians came over here as refugees, when Cubans came over here as refugees. Every time there's been a large refugee community come here, they initially have a large percentage of them that are on some sort of federal assistance because they're refugees. They're like coming over here for a reason. They're, like persecuted, and they're broke, and they're penniless, and they're looking for a new start. And so of course it's normal that you would see recent refugees on community assistance. That's not abnormal. But that doesn't mean everybody is on federal assistance, is on assistance fraudulently. Like, we have to look at things honestly. We have to look at things reasonably and not just accuse everybody of being bad because some people are bad. Money from fraud went to terrorist group Al-Shabaab. Shabab. I guess it's Shabab. Anyway, multiple federal investigators told CBS News there is no evidence taxpayer dollars were funded to Al-Shabaab. Former U.S. Attorney Andy Lugar, who led prosecutions from 2022 to 2025, there was never any evidence that this money went to fund terrorism, nor was there any evidence that this was the intent of the 70 people we indicted. Treasury is investigating, but no evidence has emerged. Unless you are in a position to know more than the person that actually has led all of these investigations and has actually looked into it, I suggest you maybe just think that maybe he is telling the truth. Like, stop making assumptions because Donald Trump lied again. Like, Donald Trump says things that aren't true. I know that is hard for your MAGA brain to absorb, but sometimes Donald Trump lies to you. I know that you're probably all taken aback and about to call me a liberal hater, but it's true. Donald Trump lies. Okay, Representative, this one's one I heard. Representative Ilhan Omar was involved in the fraud. She has not been charged with anything. She introduced the Meals Act. She was one of the co-sponsors that loosened oversight to expedite food aid during COVID, a federal policy she continues to defend. That does not mean, however, that she had anything at all to do with it. Her campaign received donations from individuals later convicted, but the money was returned after the charges were filed. I think that a lot of times, and I see this both on the left and on the right, and it's a really bad faith thing, is to say you receive donations from somebody. Like, politicians don't sit there and personally vet everybody that contributes money to them. Did you know that? They don't like do a background check on every single person that donates money. You can have money donated to you and not know that that's, ill-gotten gains. The 3 charged individuals had ties to her political events, like attended a dinner or something, but no evidence of wrongdoing by Omar herself. There's nothing to show that she herself ever did anything to aid them or interact with them in any way, other than just, they donated money to her. Governor Tim Walz failed to act on the fraud. This part is partially true, but there's nuance. State officials from the Minnesota Department of Education identified problems early and tried to cut off feeding our future in late 2020. A judge ordered payments to continue. Walz said the FBI asked the state not to take action that could harm federal investigation. State auditors found MDE created opportunities for fraud by missing warning signs. Walz has not been charged with wrongdoing. Criticism is about administrative oversight, not criminal conduct. Walz took personal responsibility and launched fraud prevention program in December of 2024. So you can say, well, that's a little late in the ballgame, but you can't also ignore that, the FBI asked him to not do it. The judge told him not to do more. There's more there than, well, Tim Walz could have done more and he didn't. There's nuance. And I know that nuance does not work in today's politics. I know that, like just everybody, like, I don't think that means he was faultless. Like, could he have done more? Could he have done more sooner? Possibly. I don't know what, but I know that that was more complicated than just he ignored it because he didn't want to look racist or whatever. This is what is true is that this is one of the largest pandemic fraud schemes in history. In the history of our country, the DOJ called Feeding Our Future the largest pandemic fraud in the United States. The $250 million scheme, combined with housing and autism program fraud, brings total estimated losses to over $1 billion. 59 convictions have been secured. Defendants spent stolen funds on, luxury cars, lakefront properties, jewelry, and international travel. And the people that are convicted deserve to go to jail. They absolutely deserve to go to jail. The people who weren't convicted, the people who didn't do anything illegal, don't deserve to be deported because people took advantage of them. The investigation began under Biden and prosecutions are ongoing. This is like a thing that you need to understand. This is not like Trump got them while the liberals were letting it happen. While warning signs appeared in 2019 and 2020, while Trump was initially president, raids began in January 2022. The first major indictments started in September of 22, all under Biden administration. U.S. Attorney L.M. Lugar. Over 59 convictions secured before Trump was even reelected. New charges continue to be filed in 2025 under the Trump administration. This is a multi-year federal prosecution effort, not a recent discovery. All right. So let's stop pretending that this is like some new thing that just got exposed. It's not. It's something that's been exposed, something that's been ongoing. It's just something that MAGA just recently discovered. And so now they're acting like it's a brand new thing. Somali Americans were also victims and whistleblowers. This is also true. A Somali American fraud investigator reported that Somalis are usually the victims in many of these cases. Their identities have been stolen by providers, or they have been used by providers to get state money, but never received the service, according to Representative Kristen Robbins. Most of the fraud is in the Somali community, and some of my best whistleblowers are in the Somali community. So not only were Somalians large, like a lot of the people that were guilty were Somalians. There were another 10 that weren't. But a lot of the victims were Somalians, and a lot of the whistleblowers were Somalians. So, even the people that are like, well, why didn't the Somalians do anything? Why didn't they say anything? They did. That's how we got onto it. We wouldn't know this was going on without those Somalians. So why don't you encapsulate all the Somalians with those Somalians instead of the ones that were committing the fraud? Why do you make it about, why do you lump all the Somalians in with the bad Somalians and not with the good Somalians? If you're going to lump them all together with the good Somalians. All right, so we're going to pause there, and then I'll come back here and read before I start going into like the refugee context. I'm just going to go through and read through some of these comments. Okay, but I'm going to tell you this, whatever Christianity you're supporting is not the right one, because celebrating gay is not part of Christianity. That is a sin. The Bible does not, like the idea of celebrating gays. All right, first of all, I am a Christian. But the Bible does not tell me to like go around making sure nobody's gay. Like, it tells me not to sleep with other men, and I don't, never wanted to either. I don't think the Bible should be the basis for any laws. I think that what I personally believe and what I personally feel led to conduct my life in is not something that should be law. I don't think it should be legislated. So I don't know what kind of Bible you read, but the Bible that I read is the Bible that tells me to worry about my own damn business and not about anybody else's. You like, well, that's quite a. If Trump is a Christian, I'll stop going to church. Trump is not a Christian. There's in Galatians 5, there's like the fruits of the flesh and the fruits of the spirit. If you look it up, and it's like, it's kind of ironic because there's like a number of things that if the whole idea is like, if you are a Christian, you will behave in a certain way, and if you're not, you'll behave in a certain way. And the ways that you would behave if you're not a Christian, there's like a list of 10 things, and like 9 of them Trump does. And the irony is the only one that he doesn't is witchcraft, because he's always talking about it. So witch hunt. So it's like, it's funny that he focuses on the one thing he doesn't do. Your voice sounds like you've been crying, LOL. Okay, I don't know what that means. I mean, I've been on here for an hour and a half and clearly not been crying. I'm not American. Okay, good for you. MAGA crybabies. All are PDF files. Like I did for a second. Like I was stupid, and like it took me a while to figure out when people were putting PDF files. They were talking. They weren't talking about PDFs from the Epstein files. Anyway, I'm a little slow on the uptake on some of the social media lingo. Limbaugh letters, Limbaugh files, Limbaugh letters. Limbaugh says, I don't know what. Why are you talking about Rush Limbaugh? Democrats have always been racist. Yeah, they were racist for a while. I don't know what. I mean, it's such a. All right, I am not responsible for any group of people or their history or anything like that. I'm responsible for me. I'm not the one saying that an entire group of people is guilty of fraud because of what 78 people did. But many of them are Americans. 90% of them are Americans. And as far as I know, all the ones who have been convicted are Americans. Deport every illegal. Okay. That's just like, So only Somalians in Minnesota, huh? I don't know what that means. I mean, we're talking about the Somalians in Minnesota, and we're talking about the Minnesota fraud case. So, yes, I don't know what that question was meant to imply. I love Canada. I think Canada's a great country. The Republican Party was made to combat the racism from the Democrats. Are you talking about the Civil War? I'm pretty sure we've moved on past that. And you want to push child molestation down our throats. I don't want to push child molestation down our throats. I don't know what a chomo is. Google Texas, Ohio, NYC, Michigan, NC takeover daycare. I don't have time to go Googling about stuff right now. I'm in the middle of a podcast. Okay, so we're just done with you. Fun fact, MAGA is the name of the 5th and highest level of priest in Anton LaVey's Church of Satan website. That's funny. I don't know what that is. Is that is that something they named after MAGA, or is that a name that it existed pre-MAGA? Libtards, stop covering for. What are we covering for? Can you tell me what they did? I bet you think that she married her brother, right? I bet you spew that rhetoric. Biden wasn't leading the country. He was practically brain dead and didn't even know where he was at the time. Okay. That doesn't change the fact that the investigation started under the Biden administration. President T, I still stand with Trump, and we, all the people, are with Trump. Why are MAGA so bad at English? Sorry, but CJ we're not gay enough to vote for the blue. You're standing with all the pedophiles. I don't know how this became about pedophiles. What's with all the I say 99.93% of Somalian Americans didn't have anything to do with the fraud, and you just so you stand with pedophiles. Democrats can't stop losing. Okay. Why are you all so weird? Okay. Besides, any Christian would never vote the blue the fact that Christians celebrate aborting children. They celebrate mutilating children. They celebrate. None of this is true. The fact that you have to resort, I would point out that it is unbiblical to bear false witness, that's actually a sin. But MAGA crashes Grindr when they herd together. This is actually true. Remove assistants and send them back to their country. We don't need them. Okay. Like people are going to travel thousands of miles to find you in your mom's basement eating mac and cheese. I don't know what that even means. Who's trying to find me? I don't have a basement. My mom is dead. Because their country is a shithole. We have to deal with these people. At least you use the word people. I mean, would you say the same thing about the Cuban immigrants that came over here in the 80s and 90s? What about those refugees? What about the Jewish refugees after World War II? Why is it that you think that accepting refugees is bad? Why do you just hate poor people or impoverished people or persecuted people? What makes them bad? What makes them so vile to you? Excuse me. What makes them so vile to you? I honestly don't understand. Why do you hate Somalians? Why? Why do you hate them? What have they done to you? Have you ever interacted with anybody that's Somalian? Why do you hate them personally? Why do you have such vile rhetoric for them that you would say something like that? I don't understand. What did they do to you? I mean, you can say, oh, well, they just stole this money. No, but all Somalians did not do that. And the ones who did have been convicted and are going to jail. So why do the ones who did not do that, why do they deserve to be punished? I don't even. So yes, so now we've got somebody that thinks that physical violence, oh yes. First of all, I'm betting that whatever his the guy that's lying about his penis size here is also lying about his propensity for violence. I bet you're about 5'2", and either 350 pounds or 125 pounds. And I bet that you can't run a lap around your own trailer. Maybe not even run back and forth across in your own trailer. I bet that you're typing that comment on your grandma's Vista computer. I bet that you actually had to look up the word bud in the dictionary. And I bet you eat raccoon for dinner at night. Okay. I'm in East Oakland. Okay. I don't think anyone would claim every Somalian is scamming, but they are. They literally are. Have you not been watching the comments here? And again, like I point out, they did report it. They're the reason that we knew it was going on, according to the people that investigated it. The whistleblowers were Somalian. And part of the reason that the scam worked is because they were a tight-knit community. It was these people that like have no high school education, no idea what this country is. No, like many of them can't even read because they've been like persecuted their entire lives. That like 1.5 million Somalians were killed in a few years. Like you realize that, right? Like these are not people that were like just, like grew up in a regular traditional school. And they came over here to flee death. And then because they've been persecuted, because they've been through that kind of violence, their children have experienced a lot of trauma, and a lot of them might have autism. And so they take them to the doctor in this close community, and their doctor, who happens to also go to their church or to their mosque, tells them, look, we can do this for you, and and then you can receive this money to help with them. And then they don't know that it's illegal. And they don't, maybe they suspect it is, but they're like scared of looking into it. But some of them took kickbacks. Some of them didn't know that it was illegal. We don't know who knew what. But we do know that the reason we know about it is that some of them felt like this was wrong and told the FBI, and that's how we got the whole thing triggered. The best informants, according to the FBI, the best informants were Somalian whistleblowers. So don't say, well, they knew about it and didn't do anything. The whole reason that we investigated it, the whole reason that we busted it open is because of Somalians who knew about it and did do something about it. What do you mean he don't lie? He campaigned on transparency. Okay. There's anybody that says Donald Trump doesn't lie is either stupid or a liar themselves. Because you cannot honestly assess Donald Trump and not come to the conclusion that he's a liar. Nobody lies that much unless they're a liar. Democrat presidents never lie, though. No, Democrat presidents do lie. I never said they don't. I would pick Barack Obama's or Joe Biden's word over everything versus Donald Trump's. If Donald Trump said the sky was blue, I would run outside to see what the hell happened to the sky. Donald Trump is a chronic liar. Virtually everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie. Traditional lies by politicians are framing things in a certain context that is favorable to them. But there's a fundamental truth behind them, or like they're skewing the truth, they're straining the boundary of truth. Donald Trump just flat out lies about everything. I think it was over 35,000 in 4 years, and that's just the first 4 years. He's gotten worse since then. Like he said things today. Every sentence he says at this point is basically a lie. TDS. So I think this was meant sarcastically, but I think this is a big part of the reason why you're seeing it come out. Is I think that a lot of this is being politicized because Tim Walz was the vice presidential candidate. He could be a front runner for 2028. And so this is a way to diminish his candidacy before it ever gets started. Are you seriously suggesting there aren't underfed kids in the United States? Like, especially like in 2020 during the pandemic? I like how this freak voice rises every time he says Donald Trump. Okay. They believe him at the rallies. They do. They also believe him when he's not at the rallies. What a loser. At least you spelled it right. I get called a loser a lot. Walls for president. Okay, tell us what he lied about. And that would be like an entire month's worth of shows. He lied when he said that he was going to bring down prices on day one. Arguing with MAGA trolls online. It's like arguing with Down syndrome people. Even if you win the argument, you're a loser. I mean, I will say there are some cases where I've been able to at least engage in some objective conversation, but I like most of what I see is just like you're an idiot. I wrote a song, by the way, that about the MAGA war apostrophes. You thought, I think, yes, I do think Obama is truthful. I don't think that. I think, yeah, I think Obama is truthful, and no, I don't think I'm a fool. You think Trump lies because you're too dumb and brainwashed to look it up and put it. No, I'm fully aware of what he lies about. And I'm fully aware of, like the little equivocations that go along with it. No, Trump is a liar. That's not a matter of belief. Better question is, tell us what he hasn't lied about. True. I don't know. Like I said, if he said that, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, I would wonder what the hell happened to the sun. Okay, so anyway, we're getting off track here. All right, so let's go back over here. Seems like nobody. If Trump said the earth is flat, they would believe it. Like Donald Trump says that global warming doesn't exist. He says climate change is a fraud. Like that's just obdurate. All right, so let's go back to this and finish this up. Okay. So the other thing that I want to point out is like these are refugees, and that matters a lot because there's a commonality with refugees. And if you like, there was a large contingency of refugees from Cambodia that settled in Rochester, Minnesota. And so I wanted to look at that because I think both what they have gone through and what they have come to in the United States is comparable. In Somalia, there were 450,000 to 1.5 million people that came over here from the 1991 Civil War. Well, not the people that like there was a civil war resulting in about 1.5 million people, and then that civil war is where a lot of the Somalian refugees are coming from, and that's a pretty horrific level of violence to go through. Ilana Moore is one of the ones that went through that level of violence and came over here as a child. Well, she was like in her early teens, I think, depending on how you define child. Like, I mean, if we're calling adolescents or pre-adolescents children, like usually when I think of a child, I think, like under 10. Anyway, 2.3 million refugees, displaced persons ongoing. So that it's not just about the number of people that were killed. There's the number of people that were displaced. Most Somalian refugees fled genocide, state collapse, and famine, arriving with severe trauma and minimal resources. They didn't like save up and move here. So like Vietnamese, when they came here, they had initially high assistance rates, but then Over time, they now have a median income of $52,000, educational attainment equal to U.S. average. Cuban refugees received extensive initial support via Cuban Refugee Program. Assistance peaked in 1973, then declined annually. Cambodian refugees fled the Khmer Rouge. I don't know if you know about Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge, but he wanted to like kill everybody that was over 12 when he took office and seized power. And he killed 1/3 of his own people in like 4 years. So in the Bronx in 2000, they have actually not recovered, but that's because the level of trauma that they suffered under was higher. Like there's and then that's why I'm comparing them with the Somalians. There's like generational trauma involved. Pattern. Every refugee group fleeing genocide, state collapse, shows high initial assistance rates that decline over 10 to 20 years as communities establish themselves. So as these kids go through the American school system and go to American colleges and get jobs, and you know they become American people. They're not just going to be, you know, like integrate overnight. They're not going to assimilate overnight. It's not possible. And they're dealing with stuff. And there's like real actual mental trauma that they're going through. And especially that's what makes them so susceptible to this kind of fraud, because these are kids that are growing up that have mental health problems because of the trauma they went through. You know, if you haven't had bombs drop on your neighbor, maybe you shouldn't judge people who did. If you haven't had, like, I'll tell you a story about a friend of mine, a Cambodian friend of mine, and he was walking through, like, they would sneak over the border of Cambodia to Thailand to request asylum, and he was walking with his best friend, and they were like, as they were walking, his best friend got shot in the head, and his brains were on my friend as he crossed into Thailand and requested asylum. His best friend's brains were literally on him when he requested asylum. That's the kind of drama. He was 16 years old when that happened. That's the kind of trauma some of these kids go through. Like real, actual trauma that's life-changing. It's not our business to sit there and just declare everybody that's Cambodian or Somalian or a refugee as a bad person because they escaped bad things. It's kind of like our duty. You know, we want to talk about being a Christian. It's our duty as Christians and as human beings, and I would say human beings first, to accept people, to love people, to enable people, to empower people. It is not our duty to judge people. And I really wish we could stop doing that. And I really wish Christians would stop making it out like that's their Christian responsibility to judge people, to make, you know, these moral decisions about other people. No, it's $1 billion, and it's not all of them. It's not, see, if you have to lie to make an argument, it should tell you something about your argument. So, there are 80,000 Somalians that live in America, or that live in Minnesota. The poverty rate is about 38%, with the median household income of $28,500. The assistance rate is 81%, which is primarily Medicaid. Which, you know, like if you're not actually getting treatment, you don't get Medicaid. Like you're just eligible for care And Minnesota is an expanded state and has one of the highest coverage rates for Medicaid. And fraud represents 0.097% of the community. 78 out of 80,000 native-born Americans receive 21% receive assistance and have a 6.9% rate. So yes, Somalians who are refugees who have gone through hell have a higher likelihood of being on government assistance. That does not equate to them committing fraud. That's like, you can be on assistance because you're on assistance. Doesn't mean that you committed fraud. All right, so that's the dashboard. Let's go through some of these. We don't care about the people. Their lives don't matter, and they have nothing to do with me. That's a very, very Christian thought you have. I would say that all these people should just stay in their country and fix their country. I would say that you have lived a sheltered life and have no idea what you're talking about. We don't see American citizens commanding other governments give them a comfortable life. No, I'm not sure why that's relevant. All right. Since some people seem to be oblivious to the fact that there is a world out there, do you know why we have asylum laws? We have asylum laws because what happened in World War II is Jews were trying to flee Germany, and they kept getting sent back there where they would be persecuted and gassed and murdered and killed. So after that happened, the UN drafted a right called the right to seek asylum, and they passed it. We agreed with that. And that said that if you are being persecuted in your country, if you're for your like life or your, religion or something like that, that you were not obligated to stay in that country. You have a right to leave a country that is trying to murder you. That's what it means. But in order to leave that country, you have to go to another country. And you have to go to another country where you're not going to get murdered there either. Like, you have a right as a human being to live without being killed for, being of a certain race or being of a certain religion. So the United States also made a law. Now, what the UN did is they made a law that you have a right to seek asylum, but they also said that who receives asylum is dependent on each country. So each country has their own laws about who can receive asylum. And the United States has laws about who can receive asylum. And so we receive people from other countries because we don't feel that you should be murdered for being a particular race or religion. Now, you can say that other countries aren't doing that for us. We don't have in America, we have a free country. We don't persecute people and murder them because of their religion or because of their race or because of anything like that. That's why they are coming here. Like, if you don't understand that difference, I don't even understand why you are so proud to be American. You can't be all proud to be an American because we have freedom and then, then demand that other countries aren't taking us in. Somalian is not, Minnesota is not run by Somalians. I don't know what else to say about that. That's just 78 charged is BS. There are 78 that have been charged. That is not BS. That is an actual fact. You can look it up. It's in court filings and everything. 83% of the people on welfare in Minnesota. No, that is not true. 83% of this is not true. What you are confusing is that 83% of Somalian Americans receive some form of government assistance. That does not equate to 83% of the people on welfare in Minnesota are Somalian immigrants. That's 83% of households, I should say, in Minnesota, 83% of Somalian households receive some form of government assistance, including Medicaid. That is not at all equated to 83% of the people on welfare in Minnesota. Like, do you know how math works? Fun fact, Elon took a student visa, didn't attend a single day of class, and instead worked for a startup company. Instant grounds for deportation. Why didn't it happen? Self-deport with a rocket. Yep. I mean, by Elon Musk's own laws, he is an imported migrant, so he could vote for Republicans. Why are you making moral arguments about people? Don't be such a hypocrite. I'm not making moral arguments about people. I'm making moral arguments about morals. Like I'm saying, receiving people that are persecuted is a moral thing to do. UK lets everyone in their country. Okay. My name is Hugh Janet. Democrats have ruined our country. Vote for all Democrats out of office or we're doomed. Okay, that's a very cogent argument. Get them out. Send them to Canada. We don't want them. Remember the past 4 years when we were told it's Mexican people coming up to get a better life? Turns out it was Muslims from all over the world who came here to destroy us. Well, that's some made up stuff. Get the leeches out. Well, man, a lot of hateful people. Okay, I bet if we went through half of these troll ancestors recorded at Ellis Island, we will find discrepancies that have grounds for deportation. Careful what you wish for, MAGA. I think Donald Trump's own grandfather was an immigrant that came under here under false pretense. Move to them. Why do they have to live in my house? Like, this is just such a stupid thing to say. I get so tired of, why can't MAGAs at least come up with a creative, cogent argument? Like they have to live in my house? I don't have a very big house. I have a guest room. Were Jews responsible for being the kidnapping capital of the world? Are you saying that the Somalian refugees that came here were responsible for being, like, why are they responsible for the thing they are fleeing? No, that's like what you're arguing is were the Jews responsible for the building of concentration camps? That's the equivalent of your argument. These are the people that are being persecuted by the Somalian government and by the Somalian pirates. Again, why do you hate all? I don't hate all Americans. Or you're talking to somebody else, I think. All liberals should have at least one illegal for a year. Like, they're grotesquely abusing it. Who is? And it's there. THEY''RE. Donald Trump, the Zeo puppet president, loves to kiss this jukebox wall. The UN should be abolished as is. You seem to like really have a lot of very strong opinions and very, very little knowledge. Democrats have ruined our country. You seek asylum for the closest sovereign nation. Well, that's actually not true. And actually, we actually, as in terms of percentage of people that we like, we're actually on the low end of the spectrum. We're really bad at asylum. Like the other countries that give a lot more people asylum than we do, and the whole closest country thing is not true. Democrats have ruined our country. Blah blah blah. Old gay. It's like, why do you guys always have to like go to the like gay? I'm not gay. I wouldn't be ashamed of it if I were. But why does the word gay get used as a slur by you? Honestly, why do you think that's a slur? Do you think that it somehow addresses the logic of what I'm saying? Old gay lib trying to convince you to be sad gay lib. No thanks. I don't think I've ever asked anybody to be gay or sad or a lib for that matter. I'm just saying Somalian people aren't evil. And Somalian people shouldn't be judged by the actions of a few Somalian people. Like, why is it that you can't is it because you know I'm right? And so you have to be hostile and denigrating an entire segment of the population in your response rather than just say, oh, he's not denigrating this group of people, therefore I will denigrate another group of people. Somalia has no right. Well, Somalia is a country. And I don't think anybody's arguing that the people who committed fraud have a right to steal from us. I think that's why they're going to jail. I don't think that the ones who have come here and legitimately received government assistance, I don't think they're stealing from us, because that would imply that we are not giving them the money. You cannot steal what has been given to you. The ones who fraudulently obtained those gifts, those ones stole, and those ones are going to jail. Over 70% Somalians aren't working. Where did you get this made up number? Are you counting children in that? And nobody's talking about asylum being given for people who are just looking to work. I don't even understand what you've got. Two completely disjointed things here. Over 70% of Solomons, I think you mean Somalians, aren't working. Like, so first of all, you're saying over 70% aren't working. Then you're saying, in rebuttal to that, asylum isn't for people who are just looking for work. So you're mad they're not working, or you're mad they are working? Are you mad that they're looking for work? And where do you get that 70% of them aren't working? Like, all of this is just a mumbo jumbo bunch of nonsense screaming and, like, for some reason, a refutation of King Solomon. People told to be offended by Somalians, but I bet they've never seen one except for maybe TV. And Omar, I think a lot of this has to do with Omar because she criticizes Trump. And she's actually a beautiful, intelligent woman. And so they probably are all conflicted because, you know, like, they're attracted to her and she's criticizing Trump while they're being attracted to her. And it just, they don't know what to do with all that. Donald Trump, okay, somebody, I don't know what a Zio puppet president is. What is Zio? I don't understand what Zio is. None of these Somalians are seeking refuge from. Yes, they are. Again, 2 million of them were displaced. 1.5 million of them were killed. Yes, they were seeking refuge from persecution. Where do you get none of them? Like, do you think they weren't? Where did like, you're so weird. Some of you are just weird. You weren't seeking refuge from persecution. Of course they were. That's such a weird thing to say. It was made for the people that need it, not for the entire bleeping population. Okay. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you think that people just come over here and say, I'm seeking asylum, and then, like, they're granted asylum? You think there's nothing that goes on? There's no vetting process. There's no asylum hearing. You know, they have a whole system set up to see who needs it. Read the laws. Understand what the laws were. Yes, that is what asylum seeking is. Why do you hate America, Logan? I have the same question. What's the point of NATO then? NATO is a treaty organization. The United Nations and NATO are two entirely different things. I'm assuming, I don't know where that NATO is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which states that if you attack any country that's a member of NATO, you attack all of those countries. And the point of NATO was to deter Russia from attacking any of the countries in Europe. That was literally the reason that that NATO formed after World War II. People like you are the problem. I keep getting told that. You have to, I mean, I get that you think that dissent from your opinion is a problem. I don't understand why you think things like that and you think that you live like, are people allowed to disagree with you? Are they the problem? You have, yeah, that's the way the law is written. That is like the one very significant qualifiers. You have to come here. You don't have to be in the country to become a refugee. You can become a refugee by applying for refugee status from a different country. But I'm afraid that if we started getting into the difference between refugees and asylees, that's like too complicated for MAGA brains. Only Democrats send their terrorists to assassinate their political opponents. Democrats have not sent any terrorists to assassinate anybody. I assume you're talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination. The Democrats did not send him. Nobody sent him. He decided to go on his own. And if anything, it seems like he was more motivated by Nick Fuentes, who I don't think would agree that if you were to ask Nick Fuentes, are you a Democrat? I think Nick Fuentes would say, no, I am not a Democrat. But it does seem that of everybody, the one that had the most influence on, what's his name? Kyle, whatever his name is, Robinson. I think that he was more influenced by Nick Fuentes than anybody else. But Nick Fuentes isn't to blame for what he did either. The only one that's to blame is the guy that pulled the trigger. And we need to stop. Like, I don't care which side it's on. If the guy that went in, like Dylan Roof, is responsible for what Dylan Roof did. When a MAGA or a conservative or a white supremacist goes and shoots up a bunch of people, like they did in Texas or like they did in Pittsburgh, then they are responsible. The person who did the killing is responsible. Nobody else is responsible unless they directly help them do it. Like, we need to stop trying to cast aspersions on entire groups of people because it's easier politically convenient. Host, you are American. Then why don't you even hurting what did bad people to America? All right, I'm assuming English is not your first language. Why you are American, then why don't you even hurting what did bad people? I don't understand the question. You're asking why. I think that, okay, are you asking why people that did bad things to America, why I'm not like bothered by that? Yes, I am. I think that the Somalians that committed fraud should go to jail. I don't think that all the Somalians are guilty because some of the Somalians were. What was his name though? Do you think all Filipinos should be judged based on what Marcos did? I mean, let's make people who are responsible for things they did be the only people that are responsible for the things they did. This whole conversation is like boiling down to like, why don't I blame people who didn't do anything on other people because they have the same religion or they have the same ethnicity or because they have the same political ideology. I don't like using tard word. I don't like using that any I do not like using disabilities as slurs. And I don't, whether it's from the left or the right. I anything ending in tard to me is just, don't do it, please. NATO was designed to protect all. They have failed. Now, I don't know what that is supposed to mean. Fraud is off the cuff. You are losing this argument hands down. Why? How am I losing it? If you want to say like the people in the comments outnumber me, then yes. If anybody has actually said anything that has actually addressed what I am saying or refuted anything I'm actually saying, then no. I mean, it depends on what you mean by winning the argument. Because what I see is me punking a bunch of MAGAs that are ignorant. No, Christianity made. No, it didn't. Donald does zero. I still don't know what zero. I don't have any idea what that means. I hope there's not some kind of coded thing in there that's literally the most. Okay, all the. I don't know what any of this means. I'll just again just to clarify, 83% of Somalians receives 83% of Somalian assist. 83% of Somalian families receive some form of government assistance. That includes Medicaid. And yeah, I think that there is a larger black population in the Twin Cities than in the rest of the state of Minnesota. But it's still, a more predominantly Caucasian. And Amy Bach is pretty white. Like, this is her. Got her. She doesn't look Somalian, does she? She's the one. She was the ringleader. And agreed with you, Jacob. I don't know if I went through a dashboard that kind of went through all this. Like, this is all old news. But what happened is Ilhan Omar criticized Donald Trump. And so Donald Trump got on the hate Somalia bandwagon. And then because he got on the hate Somalia bandwagon, this kind of got all dredged up. And then there was a case in Minnesota where the judge overturned a guilty verdict of one of the doctors that was convicted. And the reason for that was actually based in law, not based in like the evidence. But the Minnesota law says, like, in a case like this where there's fraud, then you have to prove not only that fraud occurred, but that the person doing it knew there was fraud. And this was like a doctor, a physician that had participated in the fraud, who more than likely knew. Like, it's pretty obvious he knew, but the prosecution never addressed that he knew. And so the judge, by law, overturned the case. And that kind of got a bunch of people all steamed up about it, because the guy probably didn't know. But that was on the prosecution's case to not prove that part of it. I mean, you can assume it, and it's highly likely he did. And she addressed all of this in her decision. And if you actually read the decision, you know this, but instead everybody had to make a big to-do about it. And so then once that happened, then all of a sudden everybody started acting like it was a brand new thing. And then some right-wing guy, like showed video of one of these, there's already been all exposed and everything. Like, the whole thing has been blown up and prosecuted. But now it's like all of a sudden it's all new to MAGA, and therefore it just happened. He's an African American. I don't know who is. Now you know everything about Elon. Does anybody like, you know, I think he wants to stylize himself as being this guy that's got what is that called? Asperger's. Like he's the misunderstood genius, but he is neither misunderstood nor a genius. Elon Musk is not that smart, guys. He's really not. It's he's not. He says a lot of things and he tries to act like he is. All right, so here's the deal. All right, I don't say this to brag or anything. I've got an 152 IQ, and I don't think anything matters about IQ. I think IQ is one of the dumbest things there is. But like when I was younger, I entertained it, and I was in Mensa for a while, and there was something I would always like. If you would encounter this group of people that were like, I called them the 130s. These were people that barely qualified to get into Mensa. And they would like the very first thing what's your IQ? What's your IQ? Like, and they would be all, super stoked about it and everything. And like, and then they always wanted to prove how smart they were to you and everything. And they were just like barely at that, like genius level. Anyway, that's what Elon Musk reminds me of. He reminds me of one of these guys that always wants to pretend like they're smarter than they are. And here's what I learned about the difference between an actual genius and somebody that's trying to pretend to be a genius. An actual genius will take something complicated and make it sound really simple. And somebody that's trying to sound like a genius will take something really simple and try to make it sound like it's really complicated. So that's my take on the whole thing. I don't think Elon Musk is a genius. I mean, he's not. I don't think you have you polled all the Muslims? Like I know lots of I know lots of Muslim people who do not agree with you. Dark Side of the Moon is a great album though. And it, like, especially if you ever get like really and truly good and baked, it's an awesome album to listen to with the lights off. His mother was an immigrant. You are an idiot. Well, so is Donald Trump's. And unless that's who you're talking about. He's an anchor baby of a Scottish immigrant. Trump's the only president whose ancestors Okay, first of all, it's whose WHOSE, not who is ancestors. And secondly, who cares? His ancestors only go back. His ancestors in America only go back to after slavery ended. And you're not responsible for what your ancestors did. I guess this is a dumb take. I don't know if it's true or not. But even if it is, it's still stupid. My ancestors owned slaves. That doesn't mean that I'm like pro-slavery. It means my ancestors were assholes. I don't know why you all hate America so much. You want to live in a white ethno state. Go move to Russia. Actually, Russia has more Muslims than we do. Don't know if you know that. Republicans are far right. Democrats are center right. The left is morally and politically correct. And Elon is a man baby who appeals to whoever gives him attention, which happened to be the right. I see nothing to argue with there. The Democrats are center right. I mean, we do not have like a viable left party. I keep hoping that what will happen is we'll just like the MAGA thing will collapse. The Democrats will become the center right party and then a left party. Like if the Democrats were the party on the right where they're at, and then you had like a actual party on the left that represented like social democracy, like led by people like Bernie Sanders and AOC, and then those two parties were to kind of duke things out. I'd be more comfortable with that. Like if the Democrats were the right party, I don't think I want to go to where like there's no party. And anyway, I'm gonna do a show sometime this week. I think what like based on the premise that the balance of powers has been replaced by the balance of parties. Like what the founding fathers envisioned was that there would be a separation of powers between the three branches of government that would check and balance one another. But what we've become is a two-party system where the balance of powers are between two parties. So you have a Supreme Court and a Congress that are subservient to the Republican president, rather than honoring their own roles as a separate branch of government. And that's why you see things like the Supreme Court ruling that the president is above the law, as long as it's his official capacity. And now you've got the president just openly hawking pardons. What's the Jews got to do with it? I don't know what that is in reference to. The argument is they are here illegally, but they aren't here illegally. And most of them aren't defrauding American people. All of the ones who have been convicted are American citizens, so they are not here illegally. Why are you spending your time arguing with 30 mentally ill people on YouTube? Please go outside. Oh, why are you here telling me what to do? My grandfather, Filipino, fought alongside America, and we still fight for America. Well, thank you for your grandfather. My grandfather fought alongside maybe your grandfather. The Jews need help still. Where is all this going with it? I think there's not like just one group of people being persecuted. There's no news in Somalia. Democrats always want everyone else to take care of everyone but them. I don't know what that means. How come there's Jews in Somalia in the first place? I don't know what's going on with that. Again, NATO is all over African nations and they do nothing. NATO is not all over African nations. I have no idea what you're talking about, Russell. They're trying to escape people like themselves. Well, that's not exactly true. There are different tribes that traditionally warred with one another that were forced to be in the same country when they were colonized. And now these different tribes are fighting with it. Do you just mean because they're black and they're in Africa? Like, do you know anything about like intertribal genocides in Africa? Like, have you ever studied any African history at all? Like, actually inform yourself. Brother Stephen Miller thinks you're too brown for this country. I think Stephen Miller suffers from what I call stuffed locker syndrome. Like he spent his high school years getting stuffed into lockers by junior high Hispanic girls who got creeped out by him always trying to hit on them. And so now he's going after the entire Hispanic community. No. But seriously, like I was reading, like, see what his cousin says about him that grew up with him. I would trust an undocumented immigrant over any MAGA terrorist. I just trust people by what they do and say. I'll tell you a story. There were, I had a guy who was an American citizen who needed to get my roof redone, right? After a hailstorm. And so he was an American like he was born raised in America. He wasn't an illegal citizen, but he had some contractors that came over here to work on it and do the work. And I think that maybe some of them were undocumented. Like there's a pretty high statistical chance that because none of them spoke Spanish and or none of them spoke English, and I'm in Texas, there's a good chance that they were undocumented. Um, but the American guy that I hired to do the work, he didn't show up. They tore off all the tiles, and they were waiting for the shingles to come. And so this guy, the American guy, had just run off. Like he bought the shingles and then just run off. And then like I had my roof had no shingles, and it was going to rain that day, and so they were all worried about it. And so then I made a deal with them, on the spot, and paid them to, like, one of them went and got the shingles from the guy that disappeared. His wife gave them to him, and they came back. They put the shingles up. It's like 20 minutes after it was done, it started raining. Anyway, the guy who did it, his his in-laws' parents came over and finished the job later on because there was still some work to be done. But he never showed back up. They were American. But the people who came through for me were the illegals. The guy who didn't come through for me was the American citizen. My house would have been destroyed if I had left things up to the American guy. It was the undocumented people that saved my house. Literally saved my house. So maybe let's just not assume that people are bad people because they crossed over an imaginary line without permission. Talk about someone with little knowledge. I don't know who you're talking about. I lived in Africa. If you're talking about, like what I was saying about Africa, I actually lived there for 2 years, and I actually took history classes from the foremost historian on African history at the time. This is the guy who I learned from. So maybe I know more than you. VMBLV. You got that right. I don't know what VML. Oh, is that a person? All I want is the government to never knock on my door. I'd be fine with everything else, as long as I don't have to pay for it. Well, I've never had the government knock on my door. They're trying to escape people like themselves. They're trying to escape people that are trying to kill them, dude. What's wrong with being gay? As far as I know, nothing. Well, my old man tells me I always oiled my iron. Okay. I don't know what that means. Just give up. Your arguments lack intelligent thought, no critical thinking, just plain ridiculous. Okay. Hey, you combed your hair. Yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you for noticing. Can't be American and not be white. Okay, Skippy, you're above that comment. It's more than just a few. Can you name 10 good things the Democrats did for the USA in the last 20 years? Off the top of my head, yes. Okay, I know that the best arguments that night for why the black or brown people they didn't like are bad is either, I don't know, I'm racist or some. Okay, yeah, I agree. I know. I love how the best argument the right has for why the black or brown people why they don't like black or brown people is either, I don't know, I'm racist, or some bleep like that is just factually wrong. Another person that's like, oh, Like, what do you think? Do you think this somehow contributes to the conversation? Bully McGuire. By the way, that's my McGuire. It's my mom's maiden name. Claim Somalians are people and they're not evil. Okay, they are people and they're not evil. I don't know why that needs proof. Well, white people today are still blamed for slavery. Who's blaming you? I don't who's blaming, like, this is not true. Why is it? Well, there's lots of reasons. I mean, like, look it up. Like, there's a whole lot of reasons that there's Somalia is in a civil war. And have you are you suggesting it's because the people there are innately violent? Is that because they're like more pigmented? Are you suggesting that black people are innately more violent? Are you saying that as a race, black people are more prone to violence? Is that what your suggestion is here? Because that would be a racist argument. Like, if that's what you're arguing, that would be literal racism. Can you name anything politicians have done good in the last 20 years? Yes, I can. All politicians? Well, not Trump, but Somalia is pure evil and corruption. That's why Dems align with them. Okay. It was fraudulently given to you, then it is still theft. If I knew it was fraudulently given to me. I don't know what video. Are you talking about the video where he went around, where he, like, so-called busted these? All that's old hat, buddy. MAGA steal snap. Red states get the most benefits. 80%, 83% are not on welfare. 80% are not on welfare. 83% receive some form of government assistance. You need to understand there's a difference between welfare and Medicaid. Like, Medicaid is not welfare. 83% of Somalian households in Minnesota are on some form of government assistance. Yes, that does not mean that 83% of them are committing fraud. They're right. We're not evil. Also right. Somalians are not people because they're black and they don't like that one captain in the Phillips movie. Yes, I think that is a very good point. I think that this is what, who's the captain now? I think that's the totality of MAGA's understanding of Somalia. Why do you love Somalia so much? I just love people. Like, I think that people, I love humanity. I don't understand why that would be bad. Why do you hate Somalia so much? Nobody's saying Somalian people are. No, but, like, literally they are. They are saying Somali people are bad. Like, that is what people in this chat are saying. And the government isn't keeping us fighting amongst ourselves. Our government, Donald Trump, is the reason we're fighting about this right now. He's the one that politicized it. Like I said, this has been going on since 2020. Like, the trials have already happened. People have already been sent to jail. This is not like some recent thing. But Donald Trump just said something about it. So now MAGA's all inflamed about it, and they're all aggrieved about it, and they're all yelling about it. And so that's why we're talking about it. We're fighting amongst ourselves because of Trump, not because of Somalia. MAGA math always comes up with round numbers. And it's because that's what Donald Trump does. Like, And it's like he's like an auctioneer with everything. You know, I'm gonna lower. We're lowered prescription drug prices by 50%, 100%, 200%. Some people are even saying 500%. It might be 1,000%. It's 2,000%. And that's Donald Trump's math. It's just like exactly the math of a scammer, which is what I find is so ironic about all of this. The single biggest grifter in the history of the world is like the one they're defending, and they want to talk about fraud. Donald Trump has managed to defraud us out of more money by being president than all these Somalia scams combined. What is higher than 70? I don't what's higher than 70? He's giving you a stat from the UK, not the US. I don't know what stat he's talking about. This is makes you sad claiming American. Yet I need to remind as Filipino Americans where you're. I don't know what that means. Average income is barely even 5K. No, I think I pointed it out here. The median income is hang on. Median income for the Somalian households is 28,500, which would be the average income would be higher than the median. I don't know what Mike's question was. So I've been in Minnesota, and the Somalians there are not working, and the ones that are working are using EBT cards to fund their gas stations and to get their. Okay. How many Somalians do you know? Do you know all 80,000 Somalians? Do you ask them all where they get their money? Do you all ask them all whether or not they have jobs? Or do you just make things up? Because you've been to Minnesota. Like, you've been there. You've been there. What does that even mean? I have family that lives there. I lived there for 6 years. There's only about 5. I went to school at the University of Minnesota. 5K. There's only about 5K what in the whole country? Oh, are you talking about? I don't know what that means. Sorry, I'm like so far behind. The median household income for a Somalian house is around 43,600. Okay, that's actually higher than what I had, or maybe I don't know. I came up with 28,500, but that's higher. I mean, and it's expected that when you first move here, you're going to be like, this is traditional. It was true with the Cubans. It was true with the Cambodians. It was true with the Vietnamese. You know, it's true with every large refugee group that, you know, they come here, they don't have any money, they don't have educations. And so, but then as they stay here, like, do you think right now the Miami economy is helped by the Cuban economy? Like, not the by the Cuban people that came over here on asylum and their children. They're a benefit to that economy. They're a huge benefit. Yeah, it should be the normal. They should be roughly the same. For those that don't know, and by those who don't know, I mean MAGAs, median income is the point where half are better and half are lower. And average is the average of everything. So let's say you have 5 people that are each making $80 an hour. Or, you know, 5 people that are each making $100 a week. This is not a realistic thing. It's just for math. So they're making $500 a week as a group of 500 people, and the average income would be $500, right? Because that's pretty easy. But let's say 4 of them were making $500, and one of them was making, or 4 of them were making $100, and one of them was making $1,000. Then together they would be making $1,800 a week divided by 5 would be like what? Well, $160. So the average income would be 160, but the median income, where half or less than half or more, would still be $100. So generally speaking, and this is what the Hasbro is referring to, when wealth is distributed, like not massively disproportionately, there won't be a big difference between average income and median income. But when you have a big wealth imbalance, average income will be a lot higher than average income. So, or than median income. So I think in the US right now, if somebody wants to Google it and look it up, like I think average income for US households is around 50,000 and median income is like $30,000. Our median is around 50,000 and average is around 80,000. I'm sorry. I don't know if I jumbled up all my numbers too much for that to make sense. But when you have a disproportionate number of, when you have a huge wealth imbalance, the average income will be a lot higher than median income because they're taking a disproportionate amount of money. Draping yourself in the flag does not make a good point. It doesn't. It actually insults the flag. Nobody in America has actually done more to demean the meaning of the flag than MAGAs has. Every time I see an American flag in a profile, I'm like, that person right there does not love America. I don't know what any of that means. Every Roman, because, okay, he's talking to Jay Crickets. Why are you defending? I'm not defending this fraud. Where are you getting that I'm defending this fraud? Oh, yes, Logan, who thinks that all Somalians are bad because 78 of them committed fraud, wants you to know that he thinks if you think he's a bad person, you're a terrible judge of character. Trump was right about everything. Trump has never been right about anything. Someone drive Kelly and to a Somali. I lived in Liberia for 2 years, which, wasn't exactly doing the best in the time. Never said we need to arrest all maggots. And I also, I don't use the word maggots. I don't use dehumanizing language. I think that we should be able to discuss. I think we should be able to discuss with people what our differences are without making them less than people. And the moment I start calling them maggots, then I just join in that kind of rhetoric that they use. They like to dehumanize immigrants. That's why when they call undocumented migrants illegals, it's changing. Like, there's a huge difference between saying an illegal immigrant and an illegal. Like, an immigrant is still a person, but when you just make illegal a noun, you're making that as like a person who no longer even has a legal right to be a person. Like, so anyway, sorry to call you out. I know you're on my side here, but I don't like dehumanizing language. That was for Minnesota, not the country. Oh, the 5,000. I think there's 80,000 Somalians that live in Minnesota. There's 260,000 that live in America. This guy just hates white people. I'm pretty sure that's not true. Only a traitor advocates for a foreign invader. Nobody's advocating for a foreign invader to defraud your fellow countrymen. Nobody's advocating for that. Nobody's like, this is, it's just like hyper rhetoric. Like, you're such a weird person to say that. And it's like, if that's your best argument, like, what kind of person are you? Let's drive you to a failing Republican town. This is a fair point, though. Why do you think that all of a sudden, like after another year of these tariffs, after the year we just had? Why do you think that after just 1 year in office, even MAGAs are starting to turn on Donald Trump? Because the tariffs are real, and they're really hurting they're hurting everybody, including MAGAs. You voting for Trump does not give you a pass on the damage Trump is doing to poor people and middle class people. And it's going to be even worse soon. Because here's some things. First of all, the Medicaid cuts are going to affect everybody. But they're going to affect, believe it or not, they're going to affect the poor counties and even more. If you look at the stats, you're more likely to be to receive Medicaid assistance if you live in a rural community than in an urban community. I know this goes against your concept, but it's true. Rural communities have a higher per capita rate of people on Medicaid than urban communities. Number one. Number two, rural hospitals are more likely to be closed down than urban hospitals if they lose Medicaid. There's already a bunch on the fritz. Number three, when that happens, you're going to have your drive to the nearest hospital more than doubled. If your hospital closes, then you have that much further to drive to the nearest hospital, which means number four, if you're having a heart attack or you're having a baby or you're having a medical crisis, that means it's going to take you twice as long to get to where you're going, which means your chances of dying go up exponentially. And that doesn't matter how much money you make. It doesn't matter how much insurance you have or how good that insurance is. Because if the hospital is closed, it's closed for everybody. It's not just closed for the undocumented people. It's not just closed for the poor people. It's not just closed for the black people. It's closed for the rich white people, and it's closed for the poor white people. The damage Trump is doing, he's doing to everybody. And once the impact of those things start really hitting people, even more, you'll see more of these rural farmers turning to vote for Democrats. This is like, if you look in the elections since that happened in like November this year, there was like on average like a 13 to 14 point swing towards Democrats from 2020. And that's including places like Tennessee, where the Republicans still won, but it was a Republican in a plus 30 district that won by plus 7. I don't hate America. They are stealing from the kids. Who's they and what kids? So refugees should not be admitted? No, I don't think refugees should not be admitted. Unless you're asking somebody else. Shame on them for taking money away from children. I agree. And that's what the focus should be on, right? Like on the people that stole money from children. The actual victims here are the children. And the actual victims here are the people that didn't get the care that they need. And the actual victims here are the people that didn't get the housing that they need. And the actual victims here are the people who didn't get the food that they need. And a lot of those times, the people that didn't get the food, that didn't get the housing, that didn't get the care, those were also Somalian people. The people who were being defrauded and used were also Somalians, and not all of them were complicit. A minority of them were complicit, but most of them were not. Most of them did not even know that their IDs, that their social security numbers or whatever were being used in part of this fraud. No, fraud is not okay if they're Africans. But what you're saying is if they're African, they must be fraudsters. You hate the immigrants, you hate America because those immigrants are America. Exactly. I just imagine how boring food would be if it weren't for immigrants. Like all of our best food comes from immigrants, including hamburgers, hot dogs, and apple pie. Why Republicans do it? Republicans don't fail. Republican towns don't. Yes, they do. I was like saying circles aren't round. Oh, where everyone is white and works. Oh. Tim Walz already designated $8 million to a Saudi-run auditing firm to investigate the fraud. Okay, dude, you realize that this is not an investigation that just started last night, right? Maybe a benefit of our economy, but 9 million. No, it's 1 billion. It's not 9 billion. How do you like it was 8 billion an hour ago and now it's 9 billion? What is going to be another? Is going to be 10 billion soon? It is a billion. It's a billion. And again, this is not something that just happened last night. And nobody's defending the fraud. I'm just saying not all Somalians are guilty of fraud because some Somalians committed fraud. No one should do it. I agree. Failing suggests a well, that's not a racist comment. Cubans are stealing, send them back because they vote. I don't know where anybody said anything like that. Did you know that the children of immigrants, this is just something I think is interesting. Children of immigrants actually start more businesses than Native Americans, native born Americans. Republican states don't fail because blue states take care of them. There's some nuance in that. Democrat states pay more in taxes than they receive back. This is true. Example equals nothing. I don't know. That was Demir, somebody else in the comment section. Every red run state, city, and state is a failure, and all their failures come to YouTube chats to talk about how it's all brown people's fault with their own houses. This is I've mentioned this before on this show. There's a book called White Trash, which is a history of the country from the viewpoint of poor whites and how elite whites and rich whites have always used the threat of, like people of color to convince poor whites that the only one protecting them from the people of color is the rich whites, and they've used that to maintain their power and keep power. And this has been throughout the history of our country, and it includes both liberals and Republicans, and it includes people from Reagan did it, and Teddy Roosevelt did it, and FDR did it, and it's like it's been a universal thing across both liberals and conservatives, Democrats, Republicans. It's just been a theme throughout our entire history. So anyway, if you want to read a good book, you can get it on Amazon. I admit that that involves reading, so some of you might have to pick up a new skill. You're not a patriot, you're a traitor. I'm guessing you're talking to somebody else, because that's like 2 yours and a right, which is like record for if you were a MAGA. It's not the host's fault that you were illiterate, Keith. Wow. Another. Denver fail. How did Denver fail? What did Denver fail at? Not have abortions is not the problem. You're not American. Liberal strongholds all collapse from the inside. Anybody that has their now, that's not like really trying to hide what you're doing here, is it? That's right, Keith. California is a poop city. No, shame, Democrats. California is a city? I'll make sure to remember whenever I see any other goon draped in a flag. Generally speaking, I think it's in poor taste to drape yourself in a flag, period. Whether, I mean, it's disrespectful to the flag. I mean, it's like literally against the flag code. Fraud is okay if they're black. No. Legal immigrants are angry with the Democrat Party. They are. I think there are a lot of Democrats or a lot of liberals who are angry with the Democrat Party, including ones that are not immigrants. I think because the Democratic Party is not being liberal enough. As far as billionaires go, I think Elon is our best chance at expanding the human race to other planets. I feel there is a 0.0000000% chance that we're going to expand life to the other planets. This whole thing, that is just such a science fiction thing. No. I thought you were against sweeping generalizations. I am. I don't know what generalization I made. This just in: Trump still polling high among working class American pedophiles. Because you are saying, apostrophe RE. Keith is mad that California has to fund his failure city and state. Minnesota fail. Literally, people have been. Yes. I think that actually the words Somalians are evil were like in this chat. 83% of Somalian households receive some form of government assistance, including Medicaid. Which, if you're on Medicaid and your kids don't need health care, you're not getting money. Like, it's just, and Minnesota is expanded healthcare, so it's got a higher rate. And then Somalians are, lower income, and so then you have a lot of, like you have more of them involved. But being on Medicaid does not mean you are committing fraud. People forget how their ancestors came here and slaughtered those who were already here. Trump is the new standard of president. You mean like a lower standard? Hopefully that's temporary. Walls for president? I wouldn't mind. Mozambique national flag is a AK-47 LMAO. Okay. I don't know what that has to do with anything. This was the most dishonest review of what I said. Oh, I don't know what was dishonest about what Keith can't even spell. Where are you from, Keith? Estonia? We know the 78 that we know of in Minnesota. No, 78 is in all three cases. Okay. Let's put some things together here, because you seem to be... There are 78 people who are convicted. And across three cases, not just one case, three cases. They were all citizens, and they can't be deported. They weren't under a temporary protection order. Temporary protection orders, another group of Somalians that had nothing to do with this. And the removing the temporary protection order does not somehow mean they did something wrong or came here illegally. You can't like say you came over here under this temporary status, then remove the temporary status, and doesn't have like a ripple effect where it sends a backward time loop through the space-time continuum and makes them here cross here illegally. They came here legally. They're removing their status just means that they have to go back. Well, that was a lot of. I'm not going to read that comment out loud, just too much. You simple child, they love sweeping generalizations when they do him. They wouldn't have standards if it weren't. Okay. I'm a simple child. They love sweeping generalizations when they do them. So they love sweeping generalizations when they do them. That is an actual sweeping generalization. They wouldn't have standards, sweeping generalization, if they weren't double standards, which is a double standard by accusing me of. So you're making a sweeping generalization by accusing me of having double standards when you yourself are exhibiting both of those things right there. But I'm the child. No, it's 78 who have been convicted. I'm not ready to like lump another 80,000 people that just got away with it. I didn't say you did, Logan. No example yet. I don't know what example you're looking for. We don't have to arrest all MAGA. Let's just deport them. As soon as they treat others as humans, they can be welcomed back. Like, can we just say people that commit crimes should be convicted of it and go to jail, and people who didn't commit crimes shouldn't be accused of it? Like, why is it that Somalians who had nothing to do with it have to prove they didn't have anything to do with it? Because the last I checked, we were all about innocent until proven guilty, including Donald Trump, right? He got, he was innocent until proven guilty. Then when he was proven guilty, you guys still couldn't accept it. Really, he was right when he said we could stop the flow over. No, what he did is he just cut off asylum. Like, that's all he did, is just stop following the law on asylum. To be fair, he is missing the context of me arguing with many people in the chat. There's like, I don't know who's talking to what. They're like, sorry, sometimes this chat gets really busy, and then I'll just like. So right now, this chat is 413 was this comment. So this, I'm like 19 minutes behind on this comment. So I get like way behind, and then I'll skip ahead. And anyway, it's cool that we have so many people in the chat, because for a while I was doing this and nobody was participating. And I prefer the comments. It's not just the ones setting up the companies, it's also the ones that participate, like the parents claiming the kids are getting treatment on a non-functional. Yes, and we covered that earlier. Like sometimes people, because I know this ends up on the vertical feed. Sometimes people come in and just assume that they're the first ones to have this thought, or but this has been addressed. Yes, some of the parents were involved, and some of the parents were asking kickbacks. Some of the parents even threatened to go to another company if they didn't raise their kickbacks. And like I said before, those people, those parents should be prosecuted as well. But the mass majority of the people, like either they didn't know and or they were just made up. Like with the feeding thing, there weren't actual people even involved in it. They were just fictitious roles. The people that were in the housing thing, they were told that they would be given benefits for housing, but they were never given anything. They were like asked to sign up, and then they would sign up, and then the money would just be taken from them. They were actually victims, because they were legitimately requesting money they should have been given, and they never got it. There were also some parents that like legitimately had children that were traumatized by the Civil War they had escaped and really thought their kids had autism and really didn't get the treatment that they needed. So yes, there were all kinds of things that were going on, and and some of the parents seemingly became aware that there was a fraud and then tried to milk the cow for all it was worth. And those parents are wrong, and those parents should be in jail. But that does not mean I'm going to cast aspersions on 80,000 Somalian Americans. If that, I don't know if that helps. Is it true that you buried your body in sand for 3 hours? Your skin looks like way healthier. I do not know that. You think right wrongers are people? Right wrongers. Yes, I think that people who disagree with me are people. He was right when he said we could get better. No, we actually haven't gotten better trade deals. I think this is kind of hilarious that you believe that this happened, because what happened is we actually are paying, as a country, higher tariffs than we were before. We are paying higher tariffs. Like, when I say that, I mean the things we import, we're spending more money on than we used to, right? We are being taxed more. And then, do you know how much money out of all this investment money that he's, keeps talking about, like, that grows? Like, now he's talking about $10 trillion or something. Which, by the way, our GDP is $30 trillion. So this is a ridiculous number. But not a single dime has actually been invested in America because of all these trade deals. And all this revenue that's been raised, we, the American consumers, are paying for. So we don't have better trade deals. We just have higher grocery bills. They are literally, I don't know what you mean by literally illegal. People who are here are illegal. Immigrants that come here illegally are illegal immigrants. Illegal is the adjective. Immigrants is the people, is the noun. They are still immigrants. The type of immigrant they are is illegal immigrants. Calling them illegals implies that the people are illegal. They are not illegal. They are doing an illegal thing, like Donald Trump did illegal things. This is MAGA country now. It's not, though. He was right when he said the government was full of fraud, and it is. Well, he's the biggest fraud in the history of the country. Like, he himself is like making trillions of dollars or billions of dollars off of fraud. So when he said, like, he is literally the government defrauding us out of money. He got a plane from Saudi Arabia as a gift that is supposed to be for his presidential library, in which we are now going to spend $1 billion on upgrading, and he will be the only person that ever flies in that airplane. That's as much money as you're complaining about being defrauded out of the Somalian, out of all of those frauds combined. Just the amount of money to upgrade Trump's plane, as much taxpayer money is going into that as is going into all the money you're complaining about combined with all of the Somalian fraud. Just that one thing. Then you look at things like the White House ballroom and the inauguration parade and all. He's bilking you, dude. He's hawking pardons. And you're worried about the fraud? I mean, we should be worried about the fraud that happened, but you want to talk about the fraud in the government and you're defending Trump? He's the biggest government fraud in American history. The left enforce politically correct speech guidelines limiting productive conversation. I don't even know what that means. Like, you're not allowed to say racist crap anymore? You are. I don't even know what that means. What are you not allowed to say that you want to say? What is politically correct one? I remember one time a friend of mine that was a Republican said, "How come they can say the N-word and we can't?" And I was just like, "Why do you want to say it?" Even Biden was right about something, so I don't believe you when you say Trump wasn't right about everything. That's a fool. I didn't say he's wrong about everything. I said he lies about everything. Immigrants don't get to choose whether or not they experience racism. That's me. Hi. Illegal alien is the only term. Illegal alien is fine because alien is the noun. They are. And it's a little bit antiquated. But, I mean, they are. All right, I'm going to skip down to the bottom because I'm like 30 minutes behind in the chat. Does it suck to be on the wrong side of every leftist argument? I don't know. Never have been. So I don't know what it's like. I'm a right-wing grifter who's only switching sides because that's how bad. And that's news to me. Probably news to my wife, too. You know, my wife, our first date, she told me she was a Republican. I said, we can work on that. No, she's more probably to the left of me. Trump celebrates violence against left all the time. He does. He actually has, like, to me, it's this kind of like weird sort of glee whenever he talks about violence, like when he's talking about, you know, blowing up the shipping boats or anything like that. There's no sobriety in it. There's no sincerity in it. There's no, you know, like just glee. He's happy. He's happy he gets to order people killed. He lies about everything. So all I would have to do is find one thing he said to prove that Kelly is a liar. Logan, don't be a literal dick. I love cats. I do too. Democrats want to make everyone poor. Do they? I honestly, like, even assessing this like beyond the hyperbole of the comment, I would say that in general, Democrats want to take care of people who are poor. Like, they do not want people to be poor. They want to take care of people who are. I don't see what's wrong with that. I think, you know, like we were talking earlier about like being Christian and doesn't the Bible say, remember the poor? Don't forget his quote of smart people don't like me. Trump derangement system. I think he means, do you mean, anyway, there's no such thing as any, TDS is not a real thing. Undocumented non-citizens. Well, they are undocumented non-citizens, and undocumented non-citizens and illegal aliens are actually not the same thing. If somebody comes over here and requests asylum and they get they are granted an asylum hearing, they are not here illegally. They are here legally. They are here with the permission of the government, but they don't have documents in the sense they don't have a visa, and they're not actually asylum yet. People that come over here under, you know, like on temporary status, they are not documented. They don't have a visa. Undocumented means they don't have visas, but you cannot have a visa and still be here legally. So undocumented migrants and illegal aliens are not the same thing. They're not, but Republicans like to brush with one brush. You can be undocumented and not be illegal. Democrats are comfortable being fed lies and questioning nothing. What is something Trump has done wrong? The right, then only place to be. I don't know what that means. Is it Grindr app? I don't. No, that's actually my computer app. That's the StreamYard from where I stream. 2006 comment made by Donald Trump during an appearance on the TV show The View, where he said, "If Ivanka weren't Both sides are corrupt in their own way. I'm not talking. I feel like too much of this becomes your party and my party. I'm not speaking as a side. I just like to look at what the truth is and try to evaluate what I think should be done. It's not about the side. The sad thing is the brainwashed don't even know they are brainwashed. Dude, you are brainwashed. Marry a Republican just proves no, I married a Democrat. She became a Democrat. Yes, Trump says, I love the poorly educated. Stop being a creep. Chris Hansen. Shipping boats, fishing boats. The violence against left. What examples? Who said anything about violence against left? When was this? It's just a few minutes ago. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about any violence at all that Donald Trump perceives to be the bad guys. Drug boats, not fishing boats, drug boats, whatever. We don't know which they are, and either way, it's illegal. You can't just bomb ships out of the water because you think they have drugs. It's like it is against international law and American law. I'd be happy to if I was saving American lives. You're not saving American lives. Trump has never celebrated violence. Yes, he has. Obama deported a million. Yes. Well, I mean, who said we shouldn't deport people? During various appearances on Howard's. No. This guy's just rolling out all the true things Trump ever said. Trump doesn't feel sorry for drug traffickers. I don't either. But you believe they're drug traffickers because Trump said so, and you believe they deserve to die because Trump said they're drug traffickers. They weren't even on their way here. They were on fishing boats. Democrats are comfortable being fed lies in question. Okay, tell me one thing Donald Trump has ever done wrong. Since you question everything you've ever heard, tell me one thing Donald Trump has ever done wrong. The fact that commies are this pathetic, they would rather Americans die than the foreigners. Well, that's quite a take. Democratic approval rating is record low and dropping daily. Great work. Okay. How's that working out in the elections lately for you, Zach? They want who wants to control people. Yeah, like I bet there isn't any dad that would actually say that, and a few that wouldn't say it on television. Stop it. Ew. Wait, are you saying any dad would talk about how much they want to sleep with their daughter? Or are you saying the opposite? I don't know. I think you're saying the opposite. Democrats want to take care of people that are poor. I don't think so. Ha. Okay. Where's Melania? Oh, at her boyfriend's house. She's with Barron's dad. They are only poor because of Democrats' party. There's like, you want to have that discussion, we can, but like you don't even know how to say Democratic Party. Like you don't even know how to say that in a grammatically correct sentence. So I think your information is probably lacking as your grammar. If you're racist and fascist, you point at the right and hide your hypocrisy. Let's see if we get to a good. I mean, I know. I mean, how am I wrong, Kelly? You should use less hyperbolic and more accurate language. It would improve your skills greatly. I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about? He means Trump devotion system. No, they're illegal immigrants. Yes, I agree. If they come over here illegally, they are illegal immigrants. The illegal immigrants are a thing. They are not illegals. They are illegal immigrants. The noun matters. Most conservatives I know nowadays aren't religious. That doesn't mean they aren't a big block in Republican politics, but it is nowhere near where it was. It was the 80s and 90s. It's interesting if you like actually look at the history, because some of the things like the anti-gay agenda, even the abortion agenda, were not predominantly like religious issues until the moral majority came along and kind of married the politics of the right with the religion of the Baptists and started making them and conflating them into one thing. And then it's like all of a sudden Republicans became like the pro life party. But if you go back like into the 70s, even during like Roe versus Wade, just if you a decade earlier, and you looked at the splits between Republicans and Democrats on the discussion of abortion, it was more or less even. But the Republicans kind of usurped, or the Christian right usurped the Republican Party in the 80s with the moral majority. TDS is real. You are okay. Show it to me in the ICD-10s, because there's no medical diagnosis for TDS. Not liking Trump is not a medical disease. It's just called being informed. Left is violent. They hate that the hate they have toward every Christian Republican Trump. There's just see, this is actually kind of violent what you're saying. You know, this is what we call projection. Tell De Niro there is no TS. Okay, I'd be happy to. The words say not liking Trump is not a mental disease. Like it's like if somebody said that you had a mental disease because you had a Let's Go Brandon t-shirt or something. The word says they are too lazy to lift the food in their mouths. I don't know what you're talking about there. One thing is for sure, Trump and supporters are treasonous. Republicans under much pressure. There. Okay, they need to go back home. And if you don't like being here, then leave. I know who says they don't like being here. Democrats do not want less poor. They want slaves that will. This is such a stupid take. Cool. I'm further left than the Dems because Dems are only center populations. I think I agree with you. Democrats tend to be more center right. Like in the grand scheme of things, on the overall political spectrum. We have our entire political spectrum here in the United States is like barely center left to like legit fascism. You Democrats are so irrelevant. What happened to Dan Bongino? What a failure. Dan Bongino. It's kind of funny. He finally, you look at the one thing he really wanted to do was get the January 6th bomber, and he got that, and then he quit. But I kind of like sounds like he was kind of forced out. But I feel like he was almost disappointed that it didn't end up being like some big massive fraudulent thing by the FBI or whatever, and that it ended up just being a guy that actually thought the election was stolen by Trump. I think he's almost disappointed. No, undocumented is not illegal. They actually are not the same thing. You can be here legally and not have documents. 90% are wrongful applicants as well as it takes tests. Okay, 90% are wrongful applicants. That's first of all, the statistic is not accurate. Secondly, the I think it's the last I heard it was like 70% of applications were being denied. That does not mean that they were here that are wrongful. It just means that they were denied because some of the reasons they've been denied used to be like 70 to 80% would be approved. Now it's 78 to 80% are being denied. And what's changed is not the credibility. What's changed is what gets denied. Like they change, they deny people for like if they have like one kid and then it says list your children and there's 4 slots for children and they don't list the child in one and then NA in the other 4 in the other 3 empty slots, they'll deny the application. And I know this because I've had actual immigration lawyers tell me that they've had people denied for that kind of reason. And I've had asylum officers tell me they've had their approvals rejected for those very reasons. So I know what I speak of. It's not that they are wrongful. It's just the standard is to try and find a reason to deny them. Doesn't mean that they're actually not here lawfully or that they're not actually a credible fear of persecution. They did an article back, I think it was, I want to say the Post, did an article where they went back and they looked at people who had been denied asylum. They went back and they were like looking for like 40 people and 20 of them had been murdered. So I think they had a pretty credible fear. So let's not just dismiss reality. Zach, do you have a bigger caps key than the one you already have? Like a capital caps? Maybe it's too bad you can't do like boldface caps. I don't know what all of that means. No, it's living proof orange people are evil. Sorry. And he's the only orange person. What happened to Kamala? Kamala, what a failure. What happened to her? What do you mean what happened to her? Did she, she lost. Lazy and poor are not the same. Agreed. In fact, poor people are usually a lot harder working than like, do you think Donald Trump Jr. works hard? Undocumented sounds like no, undocumented doesn't mean they lost a piece of paper. It means they don't have documents. They don't have a visa is a document. And they aren't here illegally if they're not breaking immigration laws. Like if they cross the border and they go in and they request asylum, they're not breaking any laws. And the asylum law literally says it doesn't matter if you're here legally or not. It says regardless of legal status. As soon as you request asylum and get an asylum here, you are here legally. Like, learn what words mean and use them appropriately, especially if you're going to debate with me the meaning of the words that you don't know what mean. Undocumented means you don't have documents. You don't have like a visa. And you haven't been approved for asylum status, but you do have a hearing. Better check your data. Trump numbers in the gutter, Democrats much higher. Yeah, I mean, all the what do they call those? Just the generic ballots for the 2026 11. The Democrats are like up by double digits. It has a chance to be a big blue wave. Well, whether Democrats have Trump derangement syndrome or not, they have lost the last 10 years. They have for the last 10 years. Mentioned his name more. No, they haven't. I mean, you guys are like, oh, well, Trump lives in your head. And it's like you walk around like with your Trump hat on and Trump tattooed on your face and Trump painted on your pickup and Trump signs in your yards and Trump clothes on your back. Like, yeah, no, I'm sorry, dude. You're the ones that can't talk about anything without bringing up Trump. I could talk about the 49ers Bears game last night, and right away you would be like talking about Trump. It is not my government's job to solicit disparate populations from third world countries with my tax dollars. What do you mean solicit disparate populations? What does that even mean? I mean, like you used the words solicit and disparate and populations all in conjunction with each other, but they don't mean it. They don't make sense put together the way you are. Who is soliciting from disparate populations? Every illegal that came in under Biden must go home. None of these people came in under Biden, dude. All war is fought with deception. You have been deceived. Okay. Hanson liked the band. I think it's the To Catch a Predator guy is who he's talking about. So the people that support the drug smugglers and Shinnah cartel human smuggling. No. You know who? Okay, you know who was helped by the Sinaloa cartel? Who worked for the Sinaloa cartels? His name is Juan Orlando. Suddenly, the guy that Trump pardoned, Hernandez, is that his last name? Anyway, that guy. And then anyway, I can be against human smuggling and drug cartels and still be against murdering people on the high seas. Like, it's not a choice. It's not a binary option right there. Like, we can always, if they are drug smugglers, we can always detain them and arrest them and charge them and prosecute them like we have always done. It does not all of a sudden become a choice between murdering anybody we think is committing a crime and not murdering and endorsing the crime. There would be documents. No, that's not what documents does not mean. You don't have any documents at all. It means you don't have any documents like a visa that authorize you to be here. Only 100% know their drug votes. Just because you know it doesn't mean anything. I don't know what drug votes. You mean drug boats? Oh, you're saying 100% of the people know their drug boats. And because I don't know, that doesn't. No, but dude, they have fishing boats that look they're chosen. Those boats are chosen to look to because that's what fishing boats are. They're trying to blend in with fishing boats. This notion that only like those high-speed boats with the high only those are only drug boats. Do you think that those things are manufactured to be drug boats? Do you think the only people they market to are drug cartels? Like, think with your brain for a minute. No, they have people that fish using those boats. They're manufactured and sold as fishing boats because a lot of times you have to go like 300 miles out to sea to get certain fish, and those fish will rot if you like putter along for 2 days getting back. So you need high-speed boats to get back before the fish rot. They are literally fishing boats that are being used as drug boats. If they are being used as drug boats, and not all of them are being used as drug boats. And if they do have drugs, it's still illegal to murder them. Even if we're paying higher tariffs, all other countries are paying. Countries don't pay tariffs. Okay? When other countries paying higher tariffs does not benefit us, and us paying higher tariffs does not benefit us. tariffs mean when goods from another country come, the importer has to pay whatever that tariff is, which means that it then gets passed on to consumers. And sometimes some of that is mitigated along the chain, but there's something called a pass-through rate. And the pass-through rate for these tariffs has been around 80 to 100%, which means most of that money ends up getting paid by consumers, which is why you're paying more for coffee. If they have to pay more for our soybeans or whatever, that doesn't help us. It's like, where's the benefit to us? How does that help us? Okay, calling the bulk of American system education is laughable in and of itself. It incentivizes memorization and regurgitation, no logic or critical thinking. I think we should do more for critical thinking. Honestly, I think if we had more education on critical thinking, then Donald Trump and MAGA would have never happened. I think that it's a big byproduct of a lack of critical thinking. Every time he basically giggles while he talks about killing people. We should never deport people. Nobody ever said that. Pick a current comment and move to the bottom. I keep doing that, but they add up. So like this one is from 446. So this one's, wow, it's 20 minutes old already. All right, so let's go back to the bottom. Okay. Border, the entire boat was open to the sky. There was nowhere to hide. Tanks. What is somebody talking about tanks? Like tanks on the ocean or something? American education makes you a liberal. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. If education makes you a liberal, what does that tell you? Like to me, if education makes you a liberal, it means maybe you should be a liberal. Exporters don't pay our tariffs. Importers do. Yes, exactly. You literally have to like pay the tariff before it can leave the port. And the person that has to pay that tariff is the person that did the importing, the import-export company, or the whoever, you know. If it's like a Walmart or whatever, then they pay it. If it's a manufacturer, they pay whoever ordered those. Like they're the ones that have to pay it. So many typos, my brain kind of smoked a cig. There's I wrote a song that's on my feed about the MAGA's war on apostrophes. I remember when we were the global exporter of soybeans until Trump came in, and you know about he's paying the soybean farmers. About that, most farmers are not getting reimbursed. Most farmers, there's like 1,000. What is it? No, I want to say, I forget the number, but a whole bunch of farms are going to be going bankrupt this year because of the tariffs. The small private farms. Yes, I do. Which is why I what I don't think is critical thinking is you think the left, like this is called an ad hominem attack. And then the laughy faces are just like reinforcing the ad hominem attack, which is a form of critical thinking. Like me recognizing that this is a fallacious argument, an ad hominem attack that's not reduced to substance, but is dismissing somebody just by attacking them. That is a form of logical thinking. It's a form of critical thinking. So also, I don't have a tattoo on my face. Okay. Which anybody that has a tattoo on their face is probably not very good at critical thinking. The entire boat was open to okay, so we should deport some fight me goodness. I don't know what that means. Kelly lost his balls. I don't know what that means. MAGA is happening because of logical understanding and recognition. No, it's not. It's not. MAGA is void of awareness of what is happening. And like MAGA has to wear hats to remind them who they voted for. The point of the tariff isn't to raise money, it's to coerce foreign companies to bring manufacturing local and try to get local companies to start by leveling and playing the field in content. Okay, first of all, whether like that is a dated concept that like went out with the advent of the 20th century. Secondly, it's not effective. Thirdly, it's not what Trump keeps saying. He keeps saying other countries are paying the tariffs. Fourthly, no actual money, like not a single dollar. There's all these promises. You notice how all these promises about how they're going to invest all of this extra money, all that comes after Trump is going to be gone from office. These are just satiating him to, get his stuff to go away. Not a single dollar has actually been invested. And not only that, the amount of money that has been invested by foreign companies in the United States in 2025 is actually down from what it was in 2024. We're actually losing investment money. The number of manufacturing jobs is down from 2024. He's actually doing the opposite of what he said he was going to do with his trade wars. Look at what is happening, not what Trump is saying. If you want critical thinking, that's critical thinking for you. Yeah. The left absolutely cannot think. So more ad hominem attacks. Seems like you don't have anything to say, Val, other than the left can't think critically. Air tanks? I don't know what air tanks are. Well, people don't eat them, animals do. Yeah, I think you're talking about the soy. Homeschool your children so they are. I'm just going to let the irony of the fact that she spelled a 3-letter word wrong while she's talking about lack of education. I'll just let that sit there. Indoctrination, not education. I don't know what indoctrination is. I like, what is the difference to you? Like, what, like, I always see the right always talking about being indoctrinated, and they talk about indoctrination, but you never actually identify what is so what indoctrination are you talking about? Like that slavery happened? What indoctrination? What Jim Crow laws were there? What is indoctrination to you? What is the difference between indoctrination and education to you? That trans people exist? Tariffs hurt consumers, but the point is the overall effect on industry. Yes, and that's why I'm pointing out to you, Digital Darkness, that the effect on industry has been negative. And not just the price change for the buyer. It can be both bad for business and bad for the, like, tariffs are actually hurting manufacturing, because what's happening is Donald Trump is so random in what he wants to place a tariff on where, that nobody knows how to go about manufacturing anything, because they have to plan for things like in advance. And so, he's got this tariff on steel. And so then you go to somewhere else and you buy your steel from somebody else where it's cheaper, but then he plans a tariff on steel over there. And now you've got like a year worth of commitment. And so then all that money that would be invested there isn't getting invested there. New investments in manufacturing have gone way down. Like, if you're right that tariffs, like, you can't just look at tariffs just based on its immediate impact on prices, but everything else. But also look at it's having a negative impact on everything else. You have actual people that manufacture goods that are saying things like these tariffs have been worse for them than the supply chain shortages after COVID. An experience makes you conservative. I don't know what experience makes you a conservative. That's right. If Kamala, USA no border wall be yeah, that's just and people talk about critical thinking skills. Some dude was saying there was an extra fuel tanks on board. They do they carry extra gas cans, but they do that whether they're fishing boats or drug boats. Because like they need gas. Those big containers they contain gas. I think some people think they contain drugs, but yeah, they do. That doesn't mean they're drug boats. And again, I feel like the whole drug boat versus not drug boat thing loses one big thing. You can't kill people because you suspect they're smuggling drugs, even if you know for a fact they're smuggling drugs. It's not like a executable offense on the spot. Like it's still illegal. It's still illegal, both by our law and by international law. Stop by. What is your MAGA hats are made in China? And when a foreign company has to pay a lot more in tariffs and then pass that cost on to consumers, then it makes their product higher price versus local company who does not have to raise tax. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but most of the countries that we started trade wars with had little or no tariffs on the United States, actually. What happened is they confused the Trump administration went and they looked at tariffs and they confused that with like a trade deficit, which is not the same thing. And then they made it like if you had a trade deficit that was like a tariff, which of course we're going to have a trade deficit with most countries because we're the largest economy in the world. So we're going to buy more than we sell just by nature, by virtue of the fact that we're a bigger country. We're a bigger economy and a bigger country than everybody but China, which nobody's going to talk about. Nobody's going to try and argue that China has fair trade practices. So the businesses who load the boats before transported. So the business who loads. Okay, so what I'm saying is let's say you're going to you want to build cars, right? And so you need certain amount of steel to build those cars. And so then you order these tariffs and you spend $50 million or whatever on this steel for building your cars, and they come over here, and then all of a sudden Donald Trump decides he's not going to charge those tariffs, and so then you spent that $50 million that you could have saved, or you commit to spending $50 million, and then Donald Trump puts on a tariff, and now you're paying that company for the tariff, right? Or for the iron. You're not paying the government for now that steel comes over here, and now you have to pay a tariff on it. So the cost of doing that business goes up, or it just would have gone down if you had waited 2 months. So it's all resulted in people not spending as much money on investment because they don't know if it's going to be profitable or not. It's the uncertainty that's killing everything. And as a result, along with, this was the show I was planning on getting into today, and which I'll probably get into tomorrow, is how AI, which has its good and its bad, but one of the things that's happening is it's the only stable place to invest money in right now. So it's like all the money is going to AI, and then there's this big AI bubble that could burst and just completely wreck the entire economy. I have paid many import tariff fees. Trust me, America pays them. It's like to me, it's Donald Trump is the only reason there's any confusion on this. Everybody knows that's how tariffs are, or at least used to be, that if they knew. That would be nice if real manufacturing was being invested into here in the United States. It would be, but it's not. And like I said, it's actually gone down. Like investment money in manufacturing has gone down. Yeah. It's actually shifted from the housing funds, and there were some people that were, so you're supposed to, oh, okay. It was in the 2024, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, that people would get the supplement to their housing allowance because of the increasing housing prices. And it was supposed to be, doled out on a monthly basis to people that were receiving a housing allowance. Because if you're living on base, obviously you're not receiving a housing allowance. So those people were getting this money that was apportioned to them, and they were getting it in monthly stipends. So, like $300 a month or whatever. The people that lived on base weren't getting any money at all. Now it's just become this, everybody gets the $1,776, whether you're living on base or off base. The people that were living off base still have the higher rents to pay. And now they're getting less money to do it with. So it's not just that, like, it's redistributing money that was allocated for a specific reason, and the people that money was allocated for are now getting less money. They're still getting the $1,776 check, but now it's, not going to make up for their higher mortgage or their higher rental prices. Since most people that live off base, since, like if you're in the military, you're not, most people don't buy houses everywhere they go. Okay. AI may be a huge advantage like the internet, but there will likely be bubbles like the dot-com bubble with the internet before it is seamlessly integrated into our society and economy. There's some things that are really amazing about what AI is going to do. And like across fields, like across medicine and education and all kinds of things. There are also a lot of really damaging things about it. And like one of the things that I think is interesting is, on the one hand, it can increase efficiency of electricity, and on the other hand, it uses so much electricity. So, and it can be efficient for electricity because AI manages the electricity better. So I think that anyway, the show I'm doing tomorrow is AI, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I think what you're saying, a lot of it's right, provided our economy holds up that long. There's some stuff that's going on with the investments in AI that are awfully familiar with the 2020 or the 2008 housing crisis that ended up causing the Great Recession. So, like, there's real concerns about that that I have. And like right now, none of the AI companies are making money, but there's so much money invested. The investments in AI are basically the reason we had 4.6% GDP growth. Like, all of our economic growth is just money invested in AI, but none of it is being returned yet. And there's some hedgy stuff going on where, like, Nvidia is selling these companies chips that are then like running them back to Nvidia or whatever. It's like all hedgy, and I have to look into it some more. But there's stuff that's really murky going on the financial side where there's a lot of potential for abuse. And rather than addressing that potential, Donald Trump is feeding into it. So it's a huge amount of our economy is being invested into that, and it's very, very precarious. AI may not do your job, but it will change your job in other ways that will affect you. Yeah, that's true. Although sometimes it literally replaced my old job. My job choice was mostly politics, and I saw the AI coming. Here's the thing about AI and politics that concerns me is that there's the deep fakes, which we all know about, right? Everybody's got legitimate concern about deep fakes. But also, I'm concerned about the other side of deep fakes being people will just dismiss things that really happened as deep fakes. We're already having a trouble discerning fact from fiction, truth from reality, or reality from fabrication. What's going to happen when you can just dismiss everything you don't like as a deep fake, or accept any deep fake you see as reality? And they're like AI can really improve some people depending on what your job is. AI is really, it's not good or bad. It is both good and bad. Yes, some say in AI we maintain our labor robot, for example. Don't know what that means. I can calculate the BTUs needed to heat my house much more accurate. And not only that, see, this is like with AI and 5G combined, and not just like your house, but like an office building. It can not only maintain the temperature in your house more efficiently, like a big office building where you have like maybe 5,000 or 10,000 people work there during the day and it's almost empty at night. And then it can tell office by office who's in there, like using motion detectors and 5G. And then it can calibrate temperatures um, based on where people are automatically. And so like they've started implementing some of these things in China, and it's like they cut the electricity used by some of these buildings by like 20-30%. Like it can save a lot of energy. And so like there's on the one hand all the electricity it uses, but then also all the electricity it saves. It's all just really fascinating. And the other thing about AI is the more we do it, the better it will get. But on the same time, use it like to make a 5-second video, 5-second video, like one of those hyper real videos, the super realistic looking ones. To make a 5-second video, it uses as much electricity as putting your microwave on high for a full hour. Imagine Biden made less trillion in 4 years, right? Sleepy than Trump made. None of that makes any sense. I'll just say there were more foreign investments in America last year than there are this year. AI does have a plus and minus, pros and cons. Yeah. And like, for example, one of the things that it can do that I just found, like it can tell by a chain of amino acids what kind of protein it's going to be when it folds, which is apparently something that would like take years for us to do, but AI can do in a few days. And then because of that, you're like, well, what does that help? Well, that helps like with all kinds of disease research and medical research and things like that. And they'll even be able to, like, based on your own specific genetic makeup, cater healthcare just for you specifically based on like proteins and stuff like that. There's so much more. Like there is a real sci-fi potential future with AI. And it's not just like Terminator dystopia type stuff. There's actual possibility of genuinely positive results that come from AI. And there's also genuinely dystopian type results that can come from AI. And it's also, I think it's also just like one of those things that is still ethereal to so many people. Along with 5G, I think most of us just think of 5G as being, like how fast our phone downloads things. 5G is so much more than that. Also, I can do things like calculate subcooling and superheat on the fly, with it making me more effective. Are you an HVAC tech? HVAC techs are pretty neat. For example, if you get $100,000 shipping container of bikes from China, you are paying $200,000 to get it, right? And most importers, that's their profit. They're just losing money. They're not just in it. It's not a what's the word I'm looking for? They're not in it just to get bikes for kids. But what do we purpose for AI for versus okay? I think that like that's why a big part of my show is going to be talking about what AI can actually do. Like it can, there's so many things it can do, even for the ecology, like having satellite photos along with soil sensors. They can have that are all work with the sprinklers that they. I don't know if you've ever been near a big massive farm where they have these like irrigation systems where they have this like big tractors that go and they they water the lawn, so to speak, but it will tell them how much water to put where based on how moist the soil is in a specific spot, and they'll be able to tell which areas of soil need nitrogen, and so they'll know how much fertilizer to put in, or just be able to just specify where the insects are, so that only those places get sprayed rather than the whole farm, so that it'll save. It'll mean that much less insecticide getting sprayed on plants and all kinds of stuff. Like there's a lot of stuff that's really super friendly for the environment that AI does that we don't know about. And what we could do. Yeah, AI, I agree with this. AI is a tool. It's neither good nor bad, but can have good effect and bad effect on things. It's just like debating fire. You know, you can cook your meal with it, or you can burn down your house with it. It's not the fire, it's the user. I can ask AI to visually represent flame reflect Wow, that's neat. And that's another thing, Logan, I'm glad you like, even just like with some of the like videos that doesn't take so much output. Education AI can be a great educational source. Uh, I don't know why you're asking this question. Yeah, I didn't say it was most like what I don't know where you're coming from. What I said is most of the investments have been into AI. Like without investments in AI, it's like, what is it? The Harvard economist said there was like our GDP growth would have been 0.8% without the investment in AI. GDP is made up of consumer spending plus investment plus government spending plus net exports. All right. Our GDP growth has been almost exclusively from the increase in investments, and the investments have been almost exclusively in AI. Almost all of our GDP growth has come as a result of investments in AI. You may not be using it maliciously, but you're not the only one using AI, and that's why I think it needs to be more regulated and not less regulated. There is definitely no question that AI can be used for evil and not just for bad. And yeah, and we can. You may not. I don't know. I think there may be still a need for physicality, like to unscrew screws and screw screws. Oh, we're a long way from having robots do all manual labor. Not like we need that. We're already fat enough as a society. AI already got twisted by Elon from X to Mecha Hitler. You're talking about I mean, that's like putting it into that microwave. Really, like I was using it to make videos like that, and like I'll still use it to make like the doodle videos because apparently that's only like a couple of seconds of microwave. But I stopped using it for that kind of thing. Like do Google search, like if you're using it as a search engine or to like have like search queries and learn things, then there's like the learning part of it is positive, and The power drain isn't as much. Well, its future ideals of course, Mongols will find it like everything else. Honestly, the American government spent the money on tooth decay research and schizophrenia. Yeah, this is like who runs the country and who runs AI. If they become the same group of people, we're in trouble. And it seems like Donald Trump is selling the future of the country to AI funders. AI could give us insight into, yes, it can, and Alzheimer's and all kinds of things. Go look and see how they pack. Our food truck driver all my life and has watched it case from people out there on the floor at Campbell's Soup Machine is doing. Oh, people that were packing the truck aren't doing it now because AI is doing it. Well, I'm just skipping to the bottom. I'm skipping to the bottom. Digital. Some money AI could perhaps move to solve issues. Yeah, it's fun to imagine what AI could do. Like, wouldn't it be cool if we just didn't need money anymore? Small AI data centers are the size of a city. Imagine the power that is used and how it will drive up our own costs because they will get tax breaks. And that's another thing. That's why I say we got to look at who I think, what was it? I want to say Denver. I want to say like all the AIs combined, like could power Denver for a year, the city of Denver. Like that's how much electricity they use. Anyway, all that's on tomorrow's show. If AI takes my job, then literally take all the jobs. My industry will be the last. Skilled trades are needed to avoid. Well, yeah, there are just some things that are need human people. That's why, like, even like it doesn't have to be something high tech like being an HVAC tech. Strawberry pickers, like they don't have AI. Like the automation doesn't apply to strawberry pickers. They can do it with like row crops, but when it comes to certain things, you just need a human person. You're right. Well dressed are going to be out of work in the next 5 years, maybe 10. If AI figures out new battery tech, that alone could change the world. It's going to cross references, and that's like when we talk about the limitations of solar. If we have some new breakthrough in storage, like how much of a difference could that make? Like, and not all the differences are going to be bad. Like, there's going to be differences that are good, and there's going to be differences that are bad. But anyway, this is all for tomorrow's show. Seems like actually this is kind of cool that I think this is what I was hoping for with tomorrow's show. So come back. But I think this is one of those things when I talk about we can talk about some things without it being a partisan thing. Like not everything has to be left or right. And I think with AI, we can agree that it's both a very, very promising and also very, very scary. So I am way over 4 hours now, and my bladder is fatter than it has been. So I think it's time for me to go. And by go, I mean I really need to go. So thanks for joining and yelling at me, and I will see you tomorrow. Hope you have a pleasant evening.